Hey there, good evening, friends. Welcome. Another one of our Slant Alpha adventures getting underway. Slant Golf tonight, officially. But yeah, here we are. We're in the FlySimWare Lear 35 Alpha. And yes, we are flying it in the old sim, the Microsoft Flight Sim 2020. We have not switched this one over to 2024 yet. I've installed all the planes in 2024, but this one's given me a little bit of a dickens in terms of getting all of the controls set up on my my Honeycomb Alpha and Bravo, and in this plane in particular, you know, a little old school. There's not a lot that it handles for you, so there's a lot of switches and stuff that you have to manipulate in critical phases of flight. And I've definitely come to love it in 2020 because I've got most of that stuff set up right at my fingertips here on the Bravo, but don't have those all hooked up yet in 2024. I'm still kind of struggling with how to get some of those bound. And Melvin says there's a way to do it natively in the sim, but I'm kind of leaning toward I may end up using a third-party control assignment system like a SPAD or an X's and O's or something like that. So that's what we're working on. But for right now, I figured we'll just do this flight in the tried and true Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 here in our Lear 35. Day in the life of a corporate charter pilot, as we are based in Chattanooga, Tennessee. We are, this is a fictional charter operator that I fly for in my fantasy world of tonight. So I drive to the airport, clock in, gather up my stuff from my locker, head out to the plane, and we end up doing a 3-hop flight. We're going to take the plane from its base of operation to where our charter group wants to be picked up tonight. That's in Augusta, Georgia, at Daniels Field. So not the main Augusta airport, but Daniels Field, a little like a corporate executive airport just north and west of the primary airport there in Augusta. We're going to pick up a group of high-end golfers, and they're going to go do a high-end cabin retreat. What do we say? How did I phrase it in the show schedule? Yeah, so the high-end golf outing to a high-end camping and fishing outing. We're going to take them from Augusta, Georgia, down to, what's it called? Eufaula, Alabama. Eufaula. Apparently, it's a well-known, kind of camping and hunting hangout down there, just on the other side of the river that divides Georgia and Alabama. So that's where we're taking them. We're going to drop them off, and that's the second leg, is where we take them from where we pick them up to where we drop them off. And then the third leg is we bring the plane back home and park it back at its base here in Chattanooga, and then we clock out, drive home, kiss the wife, and all that. So that's what we call a day in the life of a corporate charter pilot. Again, it's a 3-hopper, base to the pickup point to the drop-off point back to base. That is the plan. These airports that I've chosen are also on the Atlanta ARTCC's Pilot Passport Challenge. And interestingly enough, they have 3 lists. They've got the airline captain list, they've got the corporate pilot list, and they've got the bug smasher list. Well, interestingly enough, the airports that we're visiting tonight are one on each of the 3 lists. So here's Eufaula, where we're going to visit here tonight. I guess it's geared toward, these lists aren't hard and fast. You can kind of do whatever you want with them in terms of the visits. There's another one we did on this list in the Learjet. Another one we did on the Learjet. Oh, this is the Western Carolina, the real mountainy one. That was a fun one. But anyway, so we're going to end up visiting one on each list. I'm not quite. I think on corporate pilot I've got maybe 3 left, including Daniels, where we're about to head to now, and then 2 other ones. And then on the airline captain, I think I'm going to have 2 other ones left as well. So we're starting at Chattanooga. That one actually that one just stamped for us. Just now, I got the email notification as I started the stream, and then the only one we have left there is Athens, Georgia, AHN. So working our way through this, and we just this past Tuesday, we started working on the Honolulu control facility one. They basically took the same concept and created a Honolulu control facility version of it. So we were knocking out some of the airports on that list just this past stream on Tuesday. So anyway, that's our plan. And no VATSIM air traffic control where we are going to be so far. But Atlanta tends to be one of the more active ones, so there's a pretty decent chance. There's no VATSIM air traffic control event scheduled tonight within VATUSA. But Atlanta tends to be one of the more active facilities, so it's a pretty good chance we'll have some ATC pop on for us at some point. We'll just have to keep our eyes out for that. Anyway, welcome, friends. We got Bed Dave here. We got Kitty Monster here. We got Red Baron Flies here. Red Baron Flies, how are you? Good to see you guys. And yeah, Kitty Monster says, you've got mail. Yeah, that was the auto ATC message. As soon as I connected to VATSIM and it realized I had no air traffic control, where I was, the VATUSA Airspace Management Server, VNAS, Virtual National Airspace System, sent me my squawk code. So that's what you heard there, just after I hit connect on the vPilot. The other thing we've got going on is our slant artwork request. If you're new to the stream or haven't been here in a while, this was a channel activity that we tried once before a year and change ago, but we've recently resurrected it. And what we do is we take a one-sentence description of an image that we feed into ChatGPT and have it create what will eventually be the thumbnail when we upload this stream to YouTube later on. So we just give it a one-sentence description, something related to what we're going to be up to tonight, and have it generate an image. And then after I show you what that is, you guys can get in on the queue to add to or modify that image. You put in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabets points, there at the bottom of the chat panel. You've got the alphabet serial icon that represents those. You've got the button that tells you how many you have, and you can click on that and opt to cash in 500 to put yourself in the queue. And then when I get a moment, I call your name. You would tell me what you want to add to or modify to that image. Well, since we're going to Augusta, Georgia, and that's, of course, the very famous golf course there where the Masters tournament is held every year, I said, well, we've done a recent one that featured my dog, Keely, our youngest furry co-pilot. We did a recent one that featured Finley. That was the one we did this past Tuesday, our eldest furry co-pilot. Well, we got to do one that features the middle child, otherwise he tends to get middle child syndrome and feels left out. So I said, well, let's do me and Muzzy out on the golf course at Augusta. So there we are, enjoying a round, and yeah, looking like we're having a good day there. So let me know if you want to get in on that. Again, it's 500 of the Twitch channel points, and then you can let me know what you would like to add to or modify within that image. And yeah, we can take it. We can take it serious, we could take it silly, we could take it bizarre, whatever you guys like to do. It's really up to you once you put in that request and I call your name. So that's enough of a briefing, I think. Let's turn to the plan for this first leg specifically. We're going from Lovell Field up here in Chattanooga to Daniel Field, as I mentioned, down here just outside of Augusta. And what did I do? Well, I did low altitude routing. We got just straight out to this point, Woody. We got the Chattanooga 9 departure. That's the airport diagram. We got the Chattanooga 9 departure, which is basically a generic radar vectored, and the point that we're starting at is not depicted on here, but it doesn't mean that we can't get radar vectored to it. It just basically gives us, some starting headings and a starting altitude. So we're going to level off at 5,000 until we're told to go higher. We're going to maintain a 202. We're going to take off at the runway 20. So we'll maintain a 202 heading until we're told to go higher. And if we are told to turn, we won't turn until we reach at least 2,200 feet. Yeah, 2,200. And then expect radar vectors. So if we have somebody to provide radar vectors to Woody, we'll follow their directions. But if we don't, we will just kind of direct ourselves to Woody after we have reached at least 2,200 feet. All right, of course, in the Lear, it tends to rocket pretty quickly, so we'll very soon find ourselves at 5,000, and hopefully I'll get to the controls to get it climbing up higher. Again, if we don't have a controller to tell us not to, we'll just continue climbing, but otherwise we'll level off at 5,000 and wait until we're cleared to a higher altitude, as per what the departure procedure specifies. We got AJ Scott stopping back in with us as well. All right, I think we got it covered in terms of what our plan is for this evening. So let's go ahead and get to it. Let's jump into the aircraft. We'll get the tablet up here in front of us. We'll get the covers off first. We'll leave the wheel chocks where they are. We will connect the ground power unit. And our starting fuel load is going to be 5,400 pounds. So whatever it takes to get as close to that as we can. So let's go over to fuel. Wing tanks first, then tip tanks. And let's see if we can get... we can't quite get to 54, so we got 49, so we will have to put another 500 in the fuselage tank. So we'll need to make sure, probably on that third leg, we'll need to make sure we move that fuel from the fuselage tank up into the wings. All right, so there we go, 9 extra pounds. As we are starting with, just over 5,400. All right. Let's get some juice flowing, shall we? Let's get our battery switches on first. Let's get our inverters on. Now, and I'll tell you what, in the startup procedure for this aircraft, I've been told now a couple times there's something that I'm not doing in terms of the normal startup procedure with the standby battery. The emergency battery, I've just put it into standby. There's some other procedure I'm supposed to be doing with that before we fire up the rest of the plane. So I'll have to dig into that still at some point, but for right now, we'll just know that there's something there that is a little bit out of sequence, and I apologize for that. So we got the battery switches. We can get the nav lights. Let's get the avionics master. Autopilot master. Nope, that's radio altimeter. We'll turn that, leave that off for now. Autopilot master's on. Emergency battery we did. On the Garmin units, we can hit enter twice. Once they get through their boot up screen, get them start acquiring their positions. Eventually, DME1 is set to nav1 in knots. DME2 is set to nav2 in knots. So that's good. That's where I want it. Okay, there we go. Now we can hit enter and enter. And which is a little blurry. Where's enter? That one twice. Okay. We'll let it start working through that. And then the yaw damper power can come on down here. Power and power. Power. Alright, no cargo and passenger loads is set because we are deadheading up to the pickup points for leg number 1. Let us go grab a METAR information. No ATIS information here. And still don't have an Atlanta center on. We'll just grab a METAR from KCHA. Wind is calm. Visibility is 8 statute miles. Few clouds at 1,000. Overcast at 1,600. Temp 17. Dew point 16. So very humid day. Low overcast. We'll probably have some precip in and around the area. Matter of fact, I think I turned those layers off on SkyVector just because really couldn't see anything that was going on here. So yeah, we're going to have a little bit of a rough go of it weather-wise. At least getting here out of Chattanooga. 3012 is the altimeter, so we'll get that dialed in here in just a moment. Otherwise, we are good to go there. We would set our comm radios now, but there's no ATC to worry about. But let's get our common traffic advisory frequency for Chattanooga, 118.3. And I'll go ahead and get that set in comm 1. So that's where we'll make our advisory calls at and around the airport, 118.3. When we get airborne, we're going to switch over to 122.8, and that's more something that will more monitor than transmit on. En route, there's really not too much coordination that you need to do, especially if you're not near anybody. But 118.3 will make our traffic calls here at the airport. 122.8 will just monitor to coordinate if necessary. And then on COM 2, we'll monitor the guard frequency 121.5. In the real world, an emergency type frequency, in VATSIM world, controllers can use that to call you up and let you know that they've logged on. So they might do that, and we'll make sure we're monitoring that. So we got VHF1 transmitting and receiving. VHF2 will be receiving only, and so now that's all good to go. All right. Altimeters, we said, was 30, what, 17 was it? 3012. 3012 was the magic number today. 3012 set once. 3012 set twice. 3012 set 3 times. And the field elevation 683, we're showing just a hair shy of that, but on this side of the airport that might be accurate. Field elevation is not uniform. What they publish might be a little higher and lower at certain parts of the airport. We actually, sometimes the chart will tell you. So it's 671 there at the threshold, 667, 675, and I think we're parked over here on the west side. So 683 right there, 681, but might be a little bit lower as you come off of the runway. Yeah, it looks like it's a little lower if you go west and north. So yeah, good enough. Within 75 of what's charted, I normally don't stress over it. Let us go ahead and get our route punched in here. Yeah, so the first point we're navigating to is called Woody. Let's go to the flight plan page, and we'll push for cursor. And we're going to start by putting in our origin KCHA. I'm not going to bother with a departure procedure because it's just a generic radar vector, so there's really nothing that it needs to know about that. How are we spelling Woody? W-U-D-E-E, I believe it is. Okay. All right. Enter. Next is CCAT. Yep. Okay. Enter. And then it's Tango 292, but we don't have a means to enter an airway on this device. So let's just look, and we could enter every point along the way, real. And is there another one there, maybe? Ugga. Ugga, ugga. But really, I've bothered with the ones where there's a turn. So we're taking to this point, tree. And then after tree, we're leaving the airway and going direct to this point, Jodhvu. So I'll put that one in tree and then Jodhvu, and then we'll be done. T-R-R-E-E. Tree. Aviation spelling for you. Oh, there's turbo, like that. Turbo-E-E, there we are. Enter. And then, what is it? Jodhvu? J-U-J-O-D, Jodhvu, J-O-D-V-U. Jodhvu. Enter, and then our destination is K. Was it DNL? D. I'm gonna wing it and see if I can do this from memory. Daniel Field, Augusta. There we go. Ooh, I remembered. Enter. Okay, so that's done. We can up the range a little bit so where we can kind of see which direction we got to go to point ourselves to Woody. And then up here, I like having it on the kind of the nav data page there. So there we go. We are set in terms of our navigation. Let's make sure we're in GPS mode here. Yep, it says GPS. I think if I select it there, yeah, it changes on that button too. So you can change that either way. But GPS indicated both times, and actually probably a third time over there. What else? Initial altitude is 5,000, we said. So we get that set and armed. And then the initial heading we said was, I think, 202. Right? You can kind of assume runway heading, but it's not always runway heading. In this case, though, it is 202, I assume. 201.8, yeah. So in this case, it is indeed runway heading. But on your departure procedure, it may not be. It may be something else. So you always want to check the departure procedure rather than just assuming runway heading every time. 202 in this case, though, for sure. And I'm going to set that on both the course and the heading bug just to give us a good visualization of the runway and its heading, 202. And then we'll see the desired track to our first waypoint, Woody, is currently a 141. But you know, that's going to change, so that's not a hard and fast. So depending on how far out this direction we go, that bearing to the next point is going to be lower. If we go out 4 miles, it's that. If we go out 7 miles, it's whoops. If we go out 7 miles, it's an even lower number. So we're not going to worry about setting that right now. We'll direct ourselves to that point when we are told to by ATC or when we tell ourselves to. I'm assuming we're still going to be on our own at that point. But yeah, for right now, just depict runway heading so it's easier to kind of tell which direction we're supposed to be pointing and facing and taxiing to. All right, so that's all done. And we're going to arm heading mode here to start. And then the transponder was at 5307 was what we got sent to us. So we can turn that on, and we got a little bit of a boot up to endure from that. $53.07. Right? And then altitude mode. Okay. Prior to, well, I'll tell you what, but let's calculate our V speeds right now before we start powering stuff up. Our ramp weight is 16,086. Origin temp, which was in the METAR, is 17. Origin elevation is 683. So that'll calculate our N1 and our V2 and our VR and our V2. The V1's got lots of lots of variables, so I just use the performance chart for that. We are closer to 1,000 mean sea level than 0, so I'll use that second chart, 1,000 mean sea level. Our gross weight just a hair above 16,000. And the temperature in terms of Celsius is 17, so just a hair above 16. So we're a hair below 1,000, but a hair above 16. Those two factors cancel each other out, essentially. So we'll just go with the number right here on the chart, which is 123. So our V1 is 123. That's our abort speed. If any safety critical items happen prior to reaching 123, we abort the takeoff. we reach or exceed 123, we take whatever problems we got going on with us at that point. We're going to rotate at 134. Yeah. V2 is just a few knots above that. Yeah, 137. If we got one good engine, we'll pitch to maintain 137, which will be just a hair above the rotation bug. If we got two good engines at that point, we'll pitch to 167 while we climb up to 1,000. Then we'll retract flaps at that point. So, there. Okay, let us... we never did open the cabin door. We would have opened the cabin door because we would be entering the plane. But we can now close the cabin door. We can now disconnect the ground power. Let's verify that our parking brake is indeed engaged, and then we'll go ahead and disconnect the wheel chocks, and we can go ahead and get that tablet out of the way. Do we need a push anywhere? Looks like we can kind of just go from right where we're at. And that's the direction we want to take off in. So actually, let me refresh. Yeah, we're at this west FBO facing south. Okay. So we're going to kind of want to taxi over our left-hand shoulder in order to get up to the beginning of the runway. Okay. Alright, well, here we go. Beacon light is going to come on. Oh, and the seatbelt lights should come on as well, even though we don't have any passengers on board right now. We'll just make sure we follow the procedures just to be in good practice. Beacon lights, we'll start with the right-hand engine. We'll go ahead and get the gen switch into starter mode. We'll wait for 13% in the turbine speed. And then we'll pull it up out of cutoff. See the gas temp start to rise. You see the fan speed start to rise. Everything's looking good so far. Oh, and what was the takeoff? I think it was 97%. Yeah, okay, I didn't set that up here. 97 is 0. Will be our takeoff, and that'll be our takeoff fan speed. Okay, so that startup process is done. We'll pop that up in the gen mode. We'll put this into starter mode. Wait for 13%. Gets up there pretty quickly. Okay, monitoring temps. Everything's looking good. All right, the gen into gen mode. And we go ahead and get our cabin air on. We do not have to set pressurization. Really, so pressurization would have been set to field elevation, and then when we start down, we'll set it to the destination elevation. Alright, we'll do our control surface check. Obviously, we're not really checking yoke movement. We would be checking the outside control surfaces, making sure that they all move freely and correctly as commanded. But we'll go ahead and assume that that's been done. We'll go ahead and set our flaps for takeoff. Flaps 18 set. We'll get our takeoff trim. I'd like to put it just barely into the allowable range. So it's right there. Okay. The pitot heat and stall warnings we'll go ahead and get on when we get close to the threshold. My control surfaces, takeoff flaps, takeoff trim. Yeah, we're good to go. We are rocking and or rolling. ELW is here. Hey, how are you, ELW? I always forget to engage that nose wheel steering. So I'm turning this way just to... Well, I'm turning this way just to avoid running into the crew member, but now I think I'm running out of room to make the turn here. So I guess we'll go back to the employee parking lot and turn around. I should just run the crew member over, to be honest. Now I'm going to get lost back here. I don't think I've got enough space to get through there. Alright, well, we'll mow a little grass, but we'll get going. Yeah, exactly. Kenny, he should have moved. I agree. We'll run him over on the way out, just for good measure. We'll bonk him with a tip tank at the very least. No. I won't choose violence today. I can't tell if we got him or not. Maybe we did, maybe we didn't. Chattanooga traffic, Lear 514 Delta Victors, taxiing out runway 20 via hotel. We're going to be crossing runway 15. Chattanooga. Not really critical to say that with the taxi routing that you're taking. Ground coordination is done more like vehicular traffic. You pull up to an intersection. There's another plane there. You just kind of stop and figure out who's going first. But the traffic call is really more for the airborne traffic. So somebody who's planning on landing on runway 20 right now, they just heard me say that I'm taxiing out to depart from runway 20, so they'll have to listen out to see whether I've departed before they get there or whatnot. Or that I may still be getting ready to pull out in front of them, or if they are getting ready to land on 15, they heard me say I was about to cross that, so they'll be attentive to know whether I did cross it or I'm about to cross it or what have you. The fact that I'm taking taxiway hotel doesn't really affect them. Alright, on the way out, we can get the weather radar on. Up to about 4 notches maybe. Flip it from map mode to weather mode. Say again, Jim is in the chat. Welcome. Alright, I didn't hear anybody in the pattern, didn't see anybody in the pattern, but we'll double check. Let's do a spoiler check. Arm my reversers. Okay, reverser check complete. Go ahead and leave those armed. Pitot heat. Stall warnings. Continuous ignition, and reversers are armed. Recognition lights on. Alright. And remember, we are straight out to at least 2200, leveling at 5 until we're cleared higher. And do we still have anybody not have anybody to clear us higher? No, we're still on our own. Okay, well, rock and roll then. Last stream, I started saying rock and roll a lot, and I've said it now twice tonight too. I don't know what the heck has gotten into me. R6 Chavez is here too. Alright, strobe lights are on. Landing lights are on. Recognition lights are on. Let's jam, shall we? Chattanooga traffic, Learjet 514 Delta Victor, departing runway 20. It'll be a left-hand IFR eastbound to turn out. Chattanooga. All right, all the warnings are off. All the readings look normal. $97. Okay, engine spooling up normally. Takeoff power coming at you. Remember, it's that fan speed, that bottom set, that we're setting to 97. Overshot it just a little bit. Okay, and we're going to be good enough now. Alright, there's V1. And there's our rotation speed. Up we go. Okay, gear comes up. Let's pitch up to maintain the flap retraction speed. And we are through 1,000. Oh, and the yaw damper. Almost always forget to do that. Got it. Okay, we've passed the point where we're allowed to turn, so I will turn. And we will go ahead and clear ourselves up to cruise, which I think is 17,000. Going to reduce the engine power, 800 per side. Turning to about a 140, I guess. And then we'll get ourselves sorted out and pointed directly to that that waypoint. Yeah, we got some really rough looking weather that we're going through. So let's set the heading bug to the 140 for now. So at least we'll get a sensible indication from our flight director. Pitch down to a build speed. Continuous ignition and reversers can be disarmed. As soon as we come through the 250, we'll capture that. Okay, pitch up. Go ahead and get the autopilot on. Alright, and then let's get direct ourselves to Woody here. So we'll go flight plan, cursor, Woody, direct, enter, enter, and then we'll go into nav mode. Desired track. Oh, look at that. We're right at it anyway. Okay, we're through 10,000. I'm going to disengage the speed. We're going to just pitch down. We'll get up to about 270. And then we'll capture that speed again. Alright, and we're through 10,000, so two things now. Landing lights and recognition lights can come off, and then let's do a pressurization check. Not that we're really even pressurizing. Cabin altitude should remain 0, basically. But yeah, differential pressure's within normal limits, so we're good there. Oh. And I guess we never did let everybody at Chattanooga know that we're gone. But we'll switch over to the advisory frequency now. Oh, yeah, one of those stupid spam bots. Don't worry about it. Wasn't you, Kenny, wasn't you? Kenny was saying, yeah, it makes me feel older because rock ain't what it used to be. No, I hear you on that. Alright, we're 1,000 to go, and the plane is armed to capture that 17,000. Watched it switch over there. So it should bring the pitch down to level off. And I'm going to let the speed come up to about 320. And then we'll bring the power down. About 750 per side in terms of the temps, and just see what that does for us in terms of speed. And the seatbelt signs can come off. We'll do one final check of our pressure. And yeah, so the cabin altitude didn't change. Differential pressure still well within limits, so we're good. A little bit of ice forming here. Okay, windshield heat is active. We have anti-icing on the, yeah, we got engine nacelle heat as well. Stabilizer and wing heat as well. Yeah, airspeed's leveled off at about 310-ish. So that'll do, that'll do. Looks like if we could come a little bit... The reason I filed 17 is because I've plotted all this out on the low altitude airways. Does look like we're coming through some weather, though. There's no VATSIM air traffic control to tell us we can't go higher. You know, if our path is clear and they don't have any conflicts, they could clear us to go to 21, 22, 25, even though we're on low altitude airways. As long as we're not going to run into anybody on some different path. We can kind of peek on VATSIM radar and see that, yeah, there's not really anybody, so we could go up higher if we wanted to. We'll suffer it out. Neat, though, that the weather radar does work, though. Does indicate some returns here. What range do I have that set on? Does that say 30? 20, I think it says, actually. Alright, so when we go to start a descent, destination elevation is 422. Windshield heat is already on. Let's start planning for that arrival. We're going down to Daniels. Done with that departure. We're done with the airport diagram. We can pull up the... We don't have an airport diagram, but we can see here what it looks like. It looks like the general aviation ramp is probably all at the far end of 11. Is 11 what we want to land on, by the way? What's the METAR showing there? We can check on SkyVector too, but checking it through VPilot, KDNL. 1503, so yeah, runway 11 seems like the way to go, although it's only 3 knots. .3016 is the altimeter there, so we'll just kind of bump all of our gauges up to that now. And so if we're going to do this approach, let's go ahead and get loaded in. It's the RNAV GPS Yankee into runway 11. We've already got JODVU in our flight plan, so we'll just make sure that we don't descend below 2900 until we're, yeah, and yeah. Let's say it. Let's say it again. Up to 30 miles away from JODVU, we need to be at least 2900. Up to 8 miles away, we need to be at least 2100. And then at JODVU, we want to be at 2100, but we're only going down another 100 feet at GTOL. So I think what we do is we plan for 2000 at GTOL, we plan for 4000 at JODVU, and then we don't have to worry about any of those. So 4,000 at JODVU, and then we'll go ahead and get this RNAV runway, RNAV Yankee 11 from JODVU inserted into the, popping out of the cloud bases, or cloud, cloud tops here. So RNAV 11 Yankee from JODVU. So let's go into procedure. Select approach, RNAV Yankee 11 from JODVU, enter, and load. And let's go delete that waypoint, enter. So after tree, it's right to JODVU and then right into the approach. And actually we can delete the hold as well. JODVU and JTOL and then the runway. Okay, and we are 101 miles from JODVU. And where? Yeah, JJ says I love how the 2024 Learjet flies. I took it on a little bit of a test flight, and I agree with you. The reason we're in 2020 today is because I don't have all the controls set up, and I'm still kind of struggling to figure that out. What I may end up doing is going to like a third-party control system, like a SPAD or a Axes Nose or something like that. Minimums are going to be 840, which is 500 above ground level. I'm going to set the alerter to 700 above ground level just to give us a little bit of a buffer there. Yeah, JJ says, it took me forever to figure out how to understand how to bind the barrel pitch thingy. Yeah. Yeah, so your regular trim switch is a regular trim, and then you have to have another switch set to the autopilot increase pitch reference, autopilot decrease pitch reference, or something like that. And then of course the button, the mode button or the mode deactivate button is the G limiter on and off that thing. It's a little bit bizarre, but yeah, for me, it's like having the reverser arms and the continuous ignition. You know, on all these, I have these on all those black switches on the Bravo. I don't like having to mouse around to do those because you're typically turning those on and off in critical phases of flight. So I love having those switches bound right at my fingertips here, rather than having to juggle, you know, view movement and, you know, finding click spots and stuff for those. All right, and then the VREF for our approach is going to be 127. So that'll be there, and then I have the bug at 150, and we'll put a bug at 200. So 200 will be flaps 1 in gear, 150 will be flaps 3, 127's our VREF. Few clouds at 5,500 there. 150 is the wind, so it'll be a very, very slight right to left crosswind. Yeah, JJS, I was flying it with only the trim for months. No, you need that autopilot pitch reference. So easy to fly with that. Alright, and then what's our top of descent? I said 4,000 at Jodvu. We're at 17, we gotta go to 4, so we're 13 to lose. 3.5, so 45 miles, 45.5 miles prior to Jodvu. So say 46 prior to Jodvu. And we're at 72 now. So JJ says 3.5. Where do you get that? I always so the common wisdom is that a standard 3-degree glide slope or 3-degree descent is about 3 miles for every 1,000 feet of altitude that you have to lose. So that's kind of the common wisdom. I like to make it just a little bit more conservative and allow myself just a little bit more time and start that descent just a little bit earlier, and have the ability to do it a little bit shallower. I mean, the other one you hear sometimes is 10 miles for every 3,000 feet. So that's 3.3 miles per 1,000. You know. Yeah, it gives you time to lose some of that speed. Jfoot says, right? Indeed. Sometimes you hear three per 1,000, and then another mile for every 10 knots you need to lose, or 5 miles for, I forget what it is. I just use a little bit slightly more conservative, that conservative value, 3.5 per 1,000, and it works out okay. Our slants artwork adventure for today, by the way, for those of you joining late, we're headed down to Augusta. And I have not, so I've done a slant artwork adventure with Keeley, I've done a slant artwork adventure with Finley, so today's is with Mozzie. This is Mozzie and myself playing around at Augusta National Golf Course. So anything you'd like to add to that image or modify within that image, you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points. That gets you in the queue, and then when I have a moment, I call your name. We'll find out from you what you want to add to or modify within that image. And we'll go from there. JJ wants to get in on that right now. Go ahead, sir. A Maryland Terrapin in the water. Alright, let's do that. And Kenny Muster wants to do dorky golf hats for both of us. Okay. And I found that if I combine requests, if we get two kind of at the same time like that, you know, the image does tend to get a little bit pixely the more we add to it. So if we can add multiple things at once, it probably helps us out. Alright, where are we in terms of job view 47? Okay, so we will pretty much want to start down. We got the windshield heat on already, so that's good. Seatbelt signs will come back on. And destination elevation set to 4, whatever it is, just barely under 500 there. And then again, we'll set 4,000. And then when we get to 280, we'll arm that. And then set the speed. Okay, yeah, we don't need to be descending at 4,000 feet a minute. So I'm going to put a little bit of throttle back in. So the plane's going to pitch to keep 280 for us. So the more throttle we add, the slower we descend. The more throttle we remove, the more the plane has to pitch down to keep that speed. So it didn't quite put the turtle in the water, but it did give us the dorky golf hats. I think it nailed it on both counts. I got one of the. That's more like a fisherman's hat, right? I love Mozzie's hat. I think that's perfect. Yeah, AJ. Yeah, AJ. We came to the same conclusion. Well, maybe someone wants to put a request in and make that the case. Make that happen. At approach frequency and course not applicable. Missed approach frequency and course not applicable. Missed approach altitude. That's climbing left turn back to jod view. So straight to 14 and then 21 to jod view. So 2,100 is the missed approach altitude. And then we're going to roll it long and turn right, I believe we said. Yeah, we'll roll it to the end and turn right. AJ wants to put a request in. AJ, what are we doing? We'll put a fisherman in a boat in the water hazard. All right, we'll do that. Give me just a moment here. We do need to get landing lights on, recognition lights on, and then we need to get the speed down here. Let's hold the vertical speed, and then let's pull the throttles back. Okay, 250. And then what's the common traffic advisory frequency for Daniels? KDNL. No. You mean we actually have to look on the chart? Oh my god. .05. The hazard is the word I couldn't think of. Yeah. We're aware of the nickname for the sport of golf. It's got several. What are we doing? So we're going 4,000 by Jodview. I got to check my progress there. And then what did I need to do? Oh, 123.05. Yeah, let's go ahead and get. To 3.05, okay. And we're 10 from Jodview, so we should be 3,000 above it. And I said 4 at Jodview, and we're coming up on 7, so we're actually doing real good with the vertical profile. And then in order to make it follow the approach, I'm just going to go ahead and set it to the, go ahead and set it now to the missed approach altitude. Because we're going to go ahead past, continue descending past 4,000. Oh, radio altimeter needs to come on. Jodview is a 10 is an 11-mile final. 11-mile final for 11. Okay, we're 3.5 from Jodview, and we're 1,000 above it. That's working out pretty well. All right, I am going to hold the vertical speed. Going to turn off all the other heats and all the other anti-icing measures. Alright, turning vertical speed off. We're going to pitch up. Let some speed come down here. Alright, there's our runway. Okay, we've got some guidance too. So we'll go ahead and put it into. It is still in nav mode. I'm going to turn the autopilot off and put it in glide slope mode just for the guidance. Use spoilers to slow us down just a little bit. Guys can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate upon touchdown. No bot command. Just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know that you mean a descent rate either way. Daniels traffic. Learjet 514 Delta Victor's 10-mile final, runway 11, Daniels. Go ahead and get flaps 2 in as well. Turn the course knob just so it makes sense. What is the course? 108. Okay. Daniel's traffic. Lear 514 Delta Victor 3 mile final now, runway 11. Daniel. Alright, we'll get our final notch of flaps in. Gotta get down to the speed, I guess, first. Okay, last call for the predictions. Ooh. Had to put that one in kind of firm or we're running out of runway. Alright, flaps, strobe, landing lights, pitot, stall warnings, reversers. See what else. Weather radar can come off as well.
It's finger licking good.
Good Fixins is here. Alright, and then I gotta get back to that artwork request. I know you've been waiting a little bit on that. We'll park here next to the bus. Figure the bus is for us. Bus is for our group at least. Yeah, definitely over-controlled the flare. Pitch is maybe a little too sensitive. I might be well served to just turn down the pitch sensitivity in this plane a little bit, maybe. I seem to over-control the pitch almost every time. Alright, parking brake on. And all that stuff I did, yep. Oh, I'm sorry, radio altimeter should come off as well. It's the one I don't have bound on a switch. Alright, now that we're parked, cabin air, Engine gens. Cutoffs. Seatbelt signs. Transponder mode and code. Beacon light. It's got wheel chocks and ground power. And the cabin door. Well, the bus already dropped them off, so they're like, oh, your plane's here, we're out, we're gone. And we can reset the master warning. Let's do a real quick check of my predictions, and then we'll do a real quick check of your predictions. Just AJ says, yeah, we'll go with that. Having been the driver of a motor coach dropping off at an airport charter, that is exactly what happened. They're like, oh, your plane's here. Peace out. I got places to be. So anticipated to be down here at 8:27 Eastern, and we are just a few minutes early, and we should have 43.79 left in the tank. Let's see what we actually have. $44.77. Okay, well, timing worked out perfectly. $44.77. What do we actually start with? $54.09. So $44.77. So timing is timing and fuel estimates worked out perfectly. Yeah, I do like this tablet better, JJ. JJ was saying I like the tablet better in this version than in the new version. Yeah, I agree with you. So yeah, we had to set it down kind of firm. Fortunately, no passengers on to feel that jolt. 334 was the result. So basically, whoever came in highest is going to get the play here. Get the entry. 173, 155, 135, 122, 144. So that's a kinney. That's a kinney. At KDNL on 1-9er. All right, AJ, let's go ahead and get the slant artwork request chewing. Okay. So we'll catch you up on the slant artwork adventure here in just a moment. Yeah, we put that one down kind of firm. We caught the 3-wire. All right, let's get leg 2 underway. Heading from Daniel to, I keep forgetting what it's called. Not Euphoria, not Euphratta, something or other. Eufaula. Eufaula the ball. All right, there you go. I'm not going to forget it now. All right, let's get the plan filed. Eufaula the ball. You breaking my heart, you breaking my plane, you breaking my plane landing gear. Right. November 514 Delta Victor, which I choose to admit less and less as the more I talk. Learjet 35 is our type. We're a medium. S, B, D, F, G, R, W, Y, and an L. For good measure, we're departing from KCHA-KDNL. Planning on to be off block, top of the hour. Oh, we'll be well ahead of that. We'll call it 0150. Well, I still gotta program the route, so we'll just call it off top of the hour. 16,320. Arriving at Eufaula the Ball. Tallahassee is our alternate. En route time 38 minutes. 0326 in the tank. The Misty 6 departure to Haddock. That's apropos since we got somebody looking for fish in that water hazard. Which I'll show you in a second. PBN code B2C2D2S2. Performance is a Charlie. And we are here at twitch.tv/SlantAlphaAdventures. There we go. May get another auto ATC message or may not. Get our squawk off of VATSIM radar if we don't. Hang on a second, guys. Sorry. Distracted. Yeah, 4723, and then what's our departure runway? Is it still 150 at 3? So we could depart off of 11 or 23. Really, it looks like we could depart off of 23. We'll plan on departing off of 23. Why not? Shorten the taxi up for these guys. Altitude on the Misty departure. I'll tell you what, let me plug that route into here. Okay, KDNL. Come on, hello. KDNL. Eufaula. And then, there we go. Misty 6, top altitude just as assigned by ATC. Are there any restrictions along the way? No, not really. Oh, heck, what's the off airway 3000? So we'll just say that's going to be our initial is 3000. And then we'll clear ourselves higher. Good enough. Alright, so we got all that information filled out. Let's see. Take it from the top here. Blank out the stuff in the V-speed calculator. And did I open the door? I guess I should open the door. Yeah, we opened the door. Alright, so our group is getting on. Are we going to just go ahead and roll, or are we going to take an intermission? Let's go ahead and roll in the leg, too. Oh, I'll tell you what. Oh, let's come back and recap our slant artwork adventure here. Alright, so again, we're picking up here at Daniels Field, which is in Augusta, Georgia. We're picking up a group of golfers that are now going to go turn into a group of campers. So here we are at Augusta. This is my buddy and Mozzie and I. This is our middle child, Mozzie, and myself at Augusta National playing around. We added two things. We added a Diamondback Terrapin, and we added goofy golf hats, dorky golf hats. Well, then we added a fisherman in the water hazard. And there he is. He's wearing a hat that almost matches mine, isn't he? That's what we said earlier. All right, so there you go. If you want to get in on that action, you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, there at the bottom of the chat panel, and then let me know what you would like to add to or modify with respect to that image. Yeah, it made the water hazard a little larger just to accommodate the added element. So yeah, I mean, it does pretty good at keeping consistency between images. And you can see it's getting a little bit more pixelated. So the more we add to it, it'll get a little less sharp. I think that's just a side effect of this iterative generation. So may not be something that we can do anything about. But anyway. R6 Chavez wants to get in on the artwork adventure. What are we doing, R6? A Lear 35 in the sky? We will do it. Okay. Working on that. Okay. While we're waiting on that, let's get on with leg 2. Yeah, we landed at our pickup point. We're here at Augusta. We're getting our group on board. So let's go to the back page. And this is some bunch of dudes with some camping equipment, so we've got quite a bit. We got all the suitcases and the large duffel bag. And who do we got here? Bobby and Will and Jake and Rick and Mark and John. So a pretty full load and a bunch of golfing and camping equipment. So they are all in the process of boarding. We get an updated METAR for Daniel. Okay, so it is now the 10th 053 observation 1603. So yeah, slightly more favorable to 2.3 than 1.1 now, based on a little bit of a wind shift, but it's such a negligible speed that I think we'll just depart on 2.3. 3017 is now the altimeter, so a slight bump up. And that, oh, beautiful picture of the Lear. I'll show you guys in just a moment. So R6 Chavez asked us to add a Lear 35 in the background. That looks actually more like a Citation X, maybe. Oh no, I think it's got the tip tanks. Nah. Yeah, maybe more of a, looks like a little bit maybe of a swept wing, lots of windows. That might be a Citation X or a Gulfstream. It's something a little weird with the engine placement over there. So okay, didn't do perfect, but not too bad. From the thumbnail, it'll look like a business jet. So we'll take it. All right, ChatGPT, you did okay. You did okay. Okay, the cargo passenger load. Hey, this METAR is set. We got the CTAF 12305. We got the departure frequency set, which is just the generic advisory. Altimeters are set. Field elevation should be 422, and yeah, we're pretty close to that. Let's go ahead and get our flight plan blanked out. And delete all waypoints. Yep. Let's push for cursor. Let's just tell it where we're taking off from. D. And L. This, you'll wait till you see this last route that we're flying back to our base. I'm gonna have a lot of that. I'm gonna need to add some extra time for entry on that one. DNL, and then where are we going? It is the Misty 6 departure. So let's go procedure. Select departure, enter. Yeah, Misty 6. Enter. off of runway 23, enter. So Misty, and then yeah, Pompous, Harley, Misty, and then Haddock. Okay, so it's adding, so yeah, and then radar vectors to your point. However, in our case, Haddock is on the airway. So at that point, we're just following that, and the next point we need to enter is this one here. Is that Nokie, N-O-K-I-E? Yeah, because that's where the next turn is. So N O K I E, enter. Let's delete the man sequence. Yes. Let's delete the origin airport. Yes. Since we have the runway waypoint in there now. Oops, nope. Back out of that. Back. So then Haddock, and then Nokie, and then yeah. So then we're just proceeding on our route from there. So Nokie, and then we don't have to really enter Biro or Port or Potter or Wilms because there's no turns. But it is then this point Prest where we're ending the route, and then we're breaking off to this point Epicu. So Prest and Epicu, and then direct the field. So P R E S T, enter. And then, yeah, Epicu or Epic U. I like Epicu. That's cute. E. Epicu. It's very Valentine's Day E. It's a little early for that though. No, we want to go this way. Epicu. Enter. And then after Epicu, it is okay. You foul at a ball. Yep, they are. Wiedenfield, Eufaula, Alabama. Enter. Do we want to get ahead of the game and kind of figure out what approach we're likely to want there? 1903, so we are landing southbound, so I kind of figured that out already and pick you as a initial fix just to kind of be ahead of the game. Let's do RNAV GPS to runway 18. Let's just have it ready when we don't know for sure. And we could get assigned something else here. But let's just put in the RNAV GPS to runway 18 there. Procedure, select approach. From Epicu, and we'll load. Okay, so now let's pressed. And then IPICU. And we don't need the hold. If we're coming in from IPICU, we don't need the hold. No, if we're coming... So it's a 188. So if it's if we're 278 or greater... 278 or less, rather. It's 273. So 90 degree or less, we don't need to do the hold. I mean, we would need to be cleared straight in from the approach controller. But we won't need to do the hold if we're... The approach controller won't need to make us do the hold if the turn is a 90 degrees or less. So let's go ahead and clear the hold. Enter. Okay. All right, I think route-wise we're all set. Initial altitude 3,000. And let's go ahead and get that armed. And the Misty, it's radar vectors to pimp us, so we don't really know what what heading we'll be flying. It doesn't specify. It probably just says for use during Masters Golf Tournament week only. Okay, well, we're going to say that's exactly what's going on. Climb on assigned heading for radar vectors, so that's fine. So Pimpus, yeah, so we'll just assume runway heading, and runway heading is, well, we don't really have it, do we? 230 is going to have to be close enough. Okay. And GPS mode. Okay, good. And heading. And 4723 is our squawk. Alright, everyone's aboard, sat down, all that stuff. We'll go ahead and get the cabin door closed, GPU disconnected, verify parking brake is indeed engaged. We'll pull the wheel chocks, shut down the tablet, and put it away. Pressurization is set. We don't really need to do any pressurization, so it's just set to the origin field elevation for now. Oh, do need the tablet back. Sorry. I gotta get my performance calculation. So we do need our ramp weight 16,310, so a little heavier than we started with. Outside air temp 22, origin elevations 422. 97.7 is going to be the takeoff. V1, so we're closer to 0 than 1,000. We're slightly above 16,000, and we're 22. So we're between these two columns and these two columns. Slightly above. So somewhere between 122 and 130 if we're on that chart. Between 123 and 131 if we're on that chart. So I'm just going to say 126. For good measure, 126. So we'll just knock this down one little notch there. So that's our abort speed. Rotate at 135. And we'll pitch to 168 for flat protraction. All right, now we can put that all away. So V speeds 126, 135, 138, and then 168. Beacon light can come on. We do not need to push back. We can go ahead and start the number 2. We'll wait for 13%. We'll pull it out of cutoff. Okay, stable start. Gen switch. Starter number 1. %. Okay, gen switch, cabin air. Control surfaces, obviously. Checking the outside control surface movement. Flaps are set. And trim. Okay, trim set. And let's move it. Okay, we're taxiing into runway 23, so we're going to taxi over our shoulder to our left. Yep. And then we're going to cross runway 29er. Daniels traffic, Lear 514 Delta Victor's taxiing out to runway 23. We're going to be crossing runway 29 on the eastbound taxi or easternmost taxiway. Daniels. Okay. Brake check, brakes are good. Spoiler check, spoiler's good. Reverser check, reverser's good. Hey, hey, hey. We were here first. Did you not see our turn signal? Oh. Somebody get the tag. Alright, Kenny's heading out. Have a good one. Alright, we're off the ramp. We can get the weather radar back on. Radio altimeter on.
I'm gonna need some pliers and set a 30-weight ball bearing.
Melvin is here.
What the hell you need ball bearings for? It's all
Okay,
ball
we have
bearings
not
nowadays.
heard anyone in the traffic pattern. Let's make sure we don't see anybody in the traffic pattern. And the other Learjets landing long and running right off of the runoff area. Our bandwidth is fine. Stop yelling at me. Alright, down here at the end, let's get pitot heat, stall warnings on. continuous ignition and reversers. All the forward-facing lights on and the strobes. Daniels traffic. Learjet 514 Delta Victor is departing runway 23. It's going to be a IFR westbound right-hand turnout. Daniels. Alright, let's get airborne, and then we'll catch everybody up on the slant artwork adventure. And remember, 3,000, but we can usually clear ourselves up higher right away. Let's not forget to get the yaw damper on as soon as we are able. Alright, takeoff power set. There's V1. There's rotate.
The first transport is away.
And let's see if we can clear the trees.
Is away.
I think we did fine. We might have grabbed the leaf or two there. That's okay. Alright, we'll pitch to the flat protraction speed. Let's bring the engines back to 800. And then we can pitch down, get the flaps in, get the yaw damper on. Daniels traffic, Learjet 514 Delta Victor is clear of runway 23 on the right-hand turnout, VFR westbound, or IFR westbound, Daniels. Okay, and then we can go ahead and clear ourselves on up to 16,000. Okay, engines to 800. Captured the speed. Let's get ourselves direct to Pimpus. Direct, enter, enter, and nav. Alright, post-departure, reversers, and continuous ignition. Okay, we got geared flaps. We're through 10,000. Forward facing lights off. Let's get out of IAS and lower the pitch. Keep the engines pumping at 800. Lower the pitch until the speed comes up to 270, then we'll capture the speed. We're clear. We can go ahead and switch over to en route advisories. Still no VATSIM air traffic control where we are, at least for the moment. And cabin altitude should be steady, but differential pressure should be within normal limits, and it is. All right, we're 1,000 to go. I did not get the seatbelt signs on, but we will go ahead and turn them off now anyway. And then I'm going to bring the engine temps down to about 750, and that should bring us up to about 310 to 320 knots. How's our fuel situation? Do we still have anything in the tips? Yeah, we still got about 600 in the tips, so we won't do any fuel movements just yet. Alright, let's catch you up to speed on our slant artwork adventure. Of course, we're picking up our golfing group at Augusta, Georgia. Landed there at Daniel Field. Daniel or Daniels? Daniel Field? Daniel Field. Heading down to Eufaula, Alabama. Eufaula, Alabama. Eufaula, Alabama. Heading down to Eufaula, Alabama. So we're turning a golf outing into a camping outing. And so what we started with was myself and Mozzie, middle child Mozzie, out on the golf course at Augusta National. We did two things. We added a diamondback terrapin. We added some dorky golf hats, so that's more of a fishing hat. We added a fisherman in the water hazard. And then we added a Lear climbing out over top. If you want to get in on that action, go ahead and cash in 500 of those Twitch channel points and let me know what you'd like to add to or modify with respect to that image. Okay, it looks like we've joined our airway now, so we're good. 320. Looks like it's settled in nicely. So everything's going according to plan so far, knock on wood. By the way, I'm pretty sure I did hear my email alert. So where do we go? So we only got Athens left on the airline captain. Knocking out 3 airports in the Atlanta Pilot Passport Challenge, and we're knocking out 1 on each list as it happens. Daniel is one that was listed on the corporate pilot list, so we've got 2. Only these 2. AUO, I forget which one that is even, and then LaGrange is that one. And then on the Bug Smasher, I think we still got quite a few of these to do. But where we're going, Eufaula, Alabama is going to knock out one of those. Speed's creeping up, 330. We can back it down just a tiny little bit. Alright, and then when we want to start descending, we'll get the windshield heat on and we'll get the cabin pressure set to about 285. That's where Eufaula, Alabama sits, 285 feet above mean sea level. Alright, still no VATSIM air traffic control where we are right now, so we are done with the approach into Daniel. We're done with the departure. Yeah, we just have the single parking pad off to the left here. This is a 5,000 foot runway, so we'll have a little bit more runway to work with. And then let's just talk about some descent planning. At Ipiq, we've got 7 miles to descend to beat at 2,000. So we figure at Ipiq we could be at 4,000 if we're at Casto at 2,000. 7 miles, that's 3.5 times 2. So there's two sets of 1,000 feet we can descend from Ipiq to be at 2,000 by Casto. So our top of descent target is going to be Ipiq at 4. By the way, 13 straight and then 22 back to Ipiq. So 2,200 is what we'll set as our missed approach altitude when the time comes. And then I guess let's just go ahead and we don't have LPV. Well, we do have LNAV and VNAV. So we will have a vertical descent profile on the approach. So we can call that minimum 421 feet above ground level, 706 above mean sea level. Well, I'm going to set the alerter. I'm going to set the alerter just to 600, just to give us that little bit of buffer in case the missed approach point and the threshold is at a different height. You kind of want to buffer a little bit. Really, you set the alerter to whatever you want, but you're bound to that 706 as your minimum. But we'll set it 600 above ground level, and that should be safe. All right, so I pick you at 4,000, and then I think probably, yeah, if we do a pick you at 4, then we're well above these terminal area guidelines. You can't go below 3,300 until you're within 10, and then you can't go below 2,200 until you're there at a PICU, and then from a PICU to Casto is 2,000. But we'll be at 4 descending to 2 there, so we're going to be well clear of these. And we're going to be coming in from the east. So on a 278 or less, and I believe we said it was a 273 coming off of Prest. So yeah, less than a 278. We're good to not need to do the whole turn. I mean, air traffic control could make us do the whole turn, but they don't have to. And it seems like we're going to be on our own anyway, so we will plan not to make the whole turn there. All right, so 4,000 at Ipiq. We're at 16,000 now, so that means we've got 12,000 to lose. All right, so we're at 16. Our target's 4. We got 12,000 to lose. Multiply by 3.5. 42 miles prior to Ipiq is where we're going to want to start down. So let's go into the flight plan view. And we're 113 miles from Ipiq right now. Actually get a jump start here. Got the minimum set. Let's go ahead and get our approach speed bug set. VREF is going to be 127. I think that was 127 was last time also. But that puts it right there. And then I'll set one at 150, which is our flap 3 speed. And then I'll set one at 200, which is our flap 1 and gear speed. kind of thought we'd have some VATSIM air traffic control in this area. Atlanta on a Friday, well, they're typically pretty busy. Now, I think next Friday they've got their big Friday Night Ops event. Is that right? Is that a week from tonight? Pretty sure that is, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to be on the scopes for that one. Yeah, so we're back on our normal show rotation for next week. Back to our Monday, Wednesday, and Friday rotation. So, yeah, that's right. Next week we got 2 air traffic control streams. We got Monday night. We're going to try again, fingers crossed for good weather, try again to resume the Boston Virtual Air TCC Wings Over New England flights, VFR number 4 and 5, if we are able. That'll be back in flights in 2024. That'll be back in the A2A Simulations Comanche. So that'll be Monday the 12th. And then Wednesday, we've got what we call a Winter Capital Handoff, hosted by Washington Air TCC. So the featured fields there are going to be Reagan, DCA, and Raleigh-Durham, RDU. And they'll have me on, I don't know which yet. When a DCA is featured there, a lot of times they'll stick me up on Chesapeake. Because I'm not trained for the sectors around DCA and Dulles at this point. I haven't really devoted the time to even decided to devote the time to do that. But I do work that sector right around Baltimore, so that's the one hunk of Potomac approach that I am checked out on. That handles the northeastern feeders into DCA at least. So if DCA is featured, they might stick me up there. Kind of hoping for Raleigh for that one. Get a good crossfire between DCA and Raleigh. We might have a nice busy night at Raleigh. So haven't worked a busy night at Raleigh since CDC Live, I don't think. So kind of keeping my fingers crossed for that one. And then Friday is the Honoring the Dream Friday Night Ops featuring Atlanta, and yeah, typically they would give me Potomac for that. Although again, might get a good crossfire going between Raleigh and Atlanta, so maybe they'll stick me down on Raleigh for that. So really don't know. We'll see what the event staff decides to do with us, and I'll let you know. Yeah, and I'll let you know where we end up in both cases. But one more night trying the Boston Virtual Air TCC Wings Over New England flights, and then one more, and then 2 nights on the scopes next week, Wednesday and Friday. What was the mileage? Top of descent, 40-something, right? 40-something. 12 to lose times 3.5 to lose it in. 42. 42 to Ipiku. And 83 is our current distance, so we're double that. However, at our current ground speed, 366 knots, that's 6 miles a minute. So 40 miles is 7 minutes. Actually, that doesn't give us a time estimate, but $40, 50, 67, so 36, coming up on 30 miles, top of descent. So yeah, that's 5 minutes. And then the one other piece that we do need still. 122.8 is the common traffic advisory frequency at Wheaton Field. Which river is this, by the way? It's not a river at all, is it? It's a lake. 2J Discos here says, damn, 40 years of flight sim is crazy. Yeah, well, it's also crazy how old I am. Happened quick. And I'll tell you what, the sims are slightly more realistic now than they used to be. Let's say it that way. Good to see you here. So what water entity is that? The Walter F. George Reservoir. I guess it's a river, right? Oh, that's the Chattahoochee. Okay. Chattahoochee that becomes the reservoir where they've built it up. Okay. All right, how we doing on top of descent? Probably got a minute or two. 42 miles, okay, and we are at 57 now, so yeah, another 2.5 minutes. Well, that's time enough to catch you up on our slant artwork adventure, guys. If you are new to the stream or haven't been in a little bit, we've resurrected this activity that we tried a year and a half ago or so, and it works a little better now than it used to. But we start with a one-sentence description that we feed into ChatGPT to make an image that eventually we're going to use as the thumbnail for the video when we upload it to YouTube. So we try to make it representative of what we're doing that night. So we picked up a group at Augusta, Georgia. We're running them down to Eufaula, Alabama. So we figure they probably were on some sort of a golf outing at Augusta National. So we got me and my middle furry co-pilot Mozzie out on the golf course. We added some goofy hats. We added a fisherman in the water hazard. We added a terrapin, diamondback terrapin tortoise really, and we added a Lear climbing out over top of the fairway there. If you want to get in on this action and then tell me what you would like to add to or modify in that image, you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabets points there at the bottom of the chat panel, puts you in the queue, and then when I call your name you can let me know what we're going to do to that image to add just another little piece of crazy to it. How to never consider being a pilot? As a younger man it was financial issues, as an older man it's health issues, and kind of will leave it at that. This is as good as it gets, probably. All right, coming up on 45 to Epicu. We want to go 4,000 at Epicu, so we'll leave it at 4,000 for now. And let's, so first things first, let's pull the power back. Get the seatbelt signs on, windshield heat can come on. Cabin pressure set to the destination elevation, which will be 285, so we'll just go about there. That should be close enough. All right, as we come down through 280 knots. arm that and capture the speed. And a little bit of throttle back in, make sure we're not falling out of the sky at too fast a rate here. And final approach course, just to get it set up, 188. So we'll just spin the course needle around just to have it set for us when we get there. Heading we can we can just put in preparation of our next turn here. Alright, let's trot our progress here to Ipiq. By the way, once we pass Ipiq, it's 2200 as the missed approach altitude. 2000 is going to be the altitude at KCHA, but I'll be hand flying by then. So we'll just go ahead and set the missed approach altitude of 2200 once we are assured that we are cleared down there. So Ipiq, we got 31 miles, and I like to use 3.5 per 1,000. Take a little throttle out and increase the descent rate just a touch. So 4 to 12, so that's 8 times 3 is 24. 25, 26, so we should be 28 miles, 28 miles, just as we pass 12,000, so the descent profile is working out perfectly here. We're coming down, getting close to coming down through 10. I'm going to go ahead and get all the forward-facing lights on now. But let's do another thing. Let's hold on to the current vertical speed, and let's get the plane slowed down. Matter of fact, I'm going to go ahead and take it down to 210 now. Let's actually take it out of vertical speed, and I'm going to just manually pitch it more level. So that should help the speed fall off. Yeah, 250. So we're below 250 coming down through 10,000, so we're good there. But let's just continue to bring it down to about 210 as we're basically going to be joining the approach at this point. And when we join at Ipiq, it is 12-mile final. Alright, then we get down to 210 knots. We'll just recapture the speed. But we'll add some throttle back in so that we are not pitched down, falling out of the sky like a brick. Alright, so 9,000 to 4,000 at Ipiq. So that's 5,000 to go. 5 times 3 is 15. 5 times a half, so 17.5 miles to Ipiq at 9,000. Okay, so we're pretty good on our vertical profile still. Did I teach myself all the instrument flying? Well, yeah. I mean, I've been studying this stuff for 4 decades. So every different sim I've had, has had different instruction manuals and different procedures that come with it. And of course, you know, in the modern era now, of course, you learn a lot from YouTube. Once I joined VATSIM, there's been a lot of little different training programs around that I've done. The Los Angeles ARTCC used to have a set of training flights that you could do, kind of self-study and then perform. And then Boston Virtual ARTCC has a set of flights that you can, you know, self-study and then perform. So there's all kinds of little training opportunities that I've taken upon myself to learn. All right, so 4 to 8 is 4,000. 4 times 3 is 12. 4 times a half is 2. So 14 miles. Yeah, 13.6. Back the throttles down just a touch more. Alright, and then once we come through Ipiq, we're going to continue it down to 2,000. So I'm going to go ahead and just set the altitude there now. 2,200 we'll set. Since that's our missed approach altitude, we'll just get that set at the moment. And then let's just go ahead and make our traffic call. Eufaula traffic, Lear 514 Delta Victor is about 15 north and east, 7,000 descending. We're going to enter a 12-mile left base to runway 18, Eufaula. Alright, climbing right turn if we go missed. And a left-hand turn off if we make it down successfully, because we'll have to back taxi probably and turn right to get to that pad. Alright, so 2,000 to lose. So that should put us at about 7 miles from Ipiq, and now we're 9 miles. So now we're a little early. So I'm going to add a touch of throttle back in. Slower descent, just a touch. Let's go to vertical speed mode. Let's get the throttles out now. Actually, let's get out of vertical speed mode. I'm going to just manually pitch up just a touch. And as the aircraft slows below 200, we'll go ahead and get the first notch of flaps in. Meanwhile, it's a little bit early, but you guys can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the descent rate upon touchdown. No bot command is necessary for that on this channel. Just a number, positive or negative. We'll know that you mean a descent rate either way. And the closest predictor will get an automatic entry into our landing rate raffle. Next one will be pulled on January the 30th. Our Northeast Corridor Air Traffic Control stream. And I'm going to just flip the heading bug over to final. Of course, it's not good if we're following the GPS, not following the heading bug. Alright, so 4,000 at Ipiq. We should be... Yeah, we're a little early. It's okay, though. We're allowed to be lower than that at Ipiq. We're allowed to be 2,200 at Ipiq. So we're okay. We get down just a slight bit early. I am going to slow the descent, but I'm going to add a little throttle back in, keep the speed up to about 180, 190 as we make that 90-degree turn onto final here. Eufaula traffic, Lear 514 Delta Victor is 12-mile final, runway 18, full stop Eufaula. We're 3,700 ascending. Okay, and then by Casdo, I said 2,000, right? So Casdo at 2,000, we'll need to make sure we adhere to that. Okay, we do have a glide slope, glide path, I guess I should say. It's not an ILS approach. glide path. It's a glide path indicator. Let's go ahead and get the reversers armed, continuous ignition up and running. And we're coming up on our programmed altitude. So I am going to go ahead and take this thing over, fly it for real. So I'm going to add just a little bit of throttle to shallow out the descent without losing speed. Let that glide slope come down to us. And then when it does, we'll go ahead and get gear, second notch of flaps. Remember the minimum's 706. Alright, are we past CASDO? Because past CASDO we can go to 2000. We're at 22. Alright, let's get slowed down to VRF now. Get our final notch of flaps in. Eufaula, traffic Lear 514 Delta Victor 4 mile final, runway 18, Eufaula. Okay. Minimum 706. I see it, I see it, I see it. That was close, guys. Oh, it's going to be another hard hit. God, this plane just falls like a brick at low. When we get close to VRF, it just falls like a brick. I felt like the flare attitude was where I wanted it, but it just tumbles in. Eufaula, traffic Lear 514 Delta Victor is down and back taxiing runway 18. Eufaula. You usually don't clean up until you leave the runway. I am going to do a couple of cleanup items on the back taxi here. We can get forward-facing lights off. We'll leave the strobes and recognition lights on, just for increased visibility, especially because of the fog here. We can stow the flaps. We can disarm the reversers. We can shut off the continuous ignition, radio altimeter, and weather radar. Windshield heat can come off, pitot heat can come off, and stall warnings can come off. So strobes and recognition lights are still on. Yeah, I think I need to, with the VREF speeds, I think I just need to keep a little extra speed in, because this plane, it always does it to me. At VREF speed, it just drops. So I'm going to start approaching it like VREF plus 15 or something like that. We'll see if that works for the. We'll see if that works for the final. Eufaula traffic clear 514 out to Victor clear runway 18. Eufaula. Eufaula. Strobes off. Recognition lights off. Where's our charter group going? I'm sure they're going over here to the Spring Hill Suites or whatever the heck this is. We'll get them a little closer. Looks exactly like a Spring Hill Suites, doesn't it? Kind of a small Spring Hill Suites, but you know. Alright. Parking brakes on. Go ahead and cancel the master warning. The master warning is probably a gear inspection. Let me get through the shutdown checklist. We'll look at my predictions, and then we'll look at yours. And I got the weather radar off on the way in? Yes, I did. Okay. Alright, so the cabin air can come off. The engine gen switches can come off. We'll go into cutoff. Seatbelt signs can come off. Transponder mode and code. We'll just set 2000. And standby. The beacon light can come off. We'll come over here and get wheel chocks and ground power and the door. Chocks, ground power, and door. And we'll take a peek at my predictions first, and then your predictions second. So let's look at mine in terms of the flight time and fuel estimates. And I think we got airborne maybe about 10 minutes early on that last leg. So I had said we were going to be down at 9:54, and we're 20 minutes early, but I think 10 of that was us getting airborne prior to 9 p.m. So, yeah, and then fuel, we should have 33.35 left in the tanks. Let's see how we did. 34.54, man, we're almost dead on with that. 34.54. 100 extra pounds, basically. Alright, and we are slated to get leg 3 started at 10:30 Eastern time. However, that's almost an hour away. I am going to shave 20 minutes off of that. Let's aim to be off block even at 10 after the hour is 10 after the hour is plenty of time, but this is a fairly complex route that I have to enter in, so I think that half hour is going to be needed, and plus I do need to take a little liquid recycling break. So, yeah, so we'll plan to push back at 10 after the hour. Your predictions? Well, again, hope you guessed on the high side. I'm going to try VREF plus 15 this time to see if that helps us out. This thing just wants to plunk in. So, yeah, we might not get a tip from the group on that one, but oh well. Where were you guys' guesses? Say again said 177, we had 99, we had 200, we had 155, 138, 170. So, yeah, you guys saw me land it firm on the first one, and you were like, clearly he wouldn't do that twice in a row. AJ Scott's going to get the win here. At KEUF on 1-9er. Alright, one more to go. Let's see if, like I said, let's see if I can redeem myself. I'm going to go ahead and get the final flight plan filed on VATSIM, and we'll go ahead and get the group unloaded as well. So yeah, the pilot stays, but all these guys 3, 4, 5, and 6, and then all the baggage and equipment goes with them. Okay, so that's now done. They're now off. They're now headed into their hotel. And we'll come back to there. Actually, I'm going to need to come back to that page because I'm going to need to put some of these numbers into V-speed calculators. Yeah, it really does, doesn't it, AJ? It just drops. So we'll keep 15 extra knots, and maybe I'll use one of the bugs to mark that. And we'll see if that gives us a little bit better landing in back in Chattanooga. All right, so let's get the third and final plan filed on VATSIM, and just in case we have an air traffic control come on, they can start looking at it before they issue us a clearance. We'll go to flight plan. Bring this over. Let's paste the route in. We're going to be November 514 Delta Victor. IFR, we're LJ35. Weight categories are medium. SBDFG, RWY, and L departuring from Eufaula, KEUF. Off block, we said 0310, 17,320 knots. Arrival, Chattanooga. Tyson's going to be our alternate. 48 minutes en route, 02:39 left in the tank, so almost 2 hours. Alternate reserves and contingencies. Hour and 50 maybe. B2, C2, D2, S2. Data files 110, performances of Charlie. Twitch.tv/slants. Alpha. Yeah, it's great when I spell the stream name right. Slant Alpha Adventures. Close enough. And then we'll take a peek at this route on SkyVector as well, just to have some concept. Of course, we're going to need the waypoint names as well, so let's go ahead and KEUF, and then the route, and then KCHA. That's what it's looking like. Yeah, we got some weather coming through the Atlanta area, so might have a little bit of a dicey trip. Let's take the colors off, and you can see that this is a route. This Tango 293 kind of keeps you around the west side of the Atlanta Bravo, which is the exact purpose of that route, and then comes up here to this point Dubs, which is the initial fix for the southbound approach into Chattanooga. So when we go to enter this into the box, we're going to have to enter a lot of these points because there's so many. Almost every point, there's a little bit of a turn. I mean, maybe not these through here. But from Chut to that point, Niftry or Neftry or whatever the pronunciation is, and then that point RT Artillery. That's what that one is. That's cute. Honor, and then we don't have to enter that one, but that's got Daisy, DAISI. I think there's a Daisy spelled this way, and then there's a Daisy spelled the normal way in the approach, which is kind of bizarre that they would be 2 points with the same name that close to one another. This point is called, what then? Daisy is here. What's this one called? Nello, I suppose, is that one. And then Nello, we just enter Dubs, and then the approach from there. Looks like a question. Aroused as a question mark, and yeah, it's going to be real questionable as to how well or poorly we fly this one. So we'll get back to that in just a few moments. We're going to take a quick liquid recycling break, and then we will get to it, right? So, yeah, sit tight, friends. We'll get a nice image of the plane sitting right here in front of the Spring Hill Suites. And then we'll be back with you in just a few as we make our way. It's a day in the life of a corporate charter pilot. We've done base to pickup, we've done pickup to drop off, and we're going drop off now back to base. So we'll get right back to that. Lots of flying left to do. One more leg for you when we come back. Sit tight. Alright friends, back with you. Got a pleasant surprise. We got Atlanta Center logged on to VATSIM now. So we will have some VATSIM air traffic control for this third and final hop. Of course, this airport here, Eufaula, is a non-towered field. We will still get our IFR clearance from Atlanta Center. We'll be back over here for advisory call-outs at the airport, but then as soon as we are airborne, we'll be back in touch with Atlanta Center to make our way up. So yeah, fun one with the non-towered departure ops. You guys get to hear that transaction as that occurs. But right now we got to just get it all set up in the aircraft. Well, I'll tell you what, let's get our clearance first. There's a good chance that they may want to give us a different route. So before I go through all the rigmarole of programming that route in, we'll give them a call and see if they indeed are going to clear us on that or clear us on something else. I would love the opportunity to just draw a giant question mark in the sky. So hopefully, hopefully that's what we'll get. But let's take things one step at a time. Also, guys, we are working on our slant artwork adventure for the stream. Our slant artwork adventure is where we take a one-sentence description, we feed it into ChatGPT to have it make an image that eventually serves as the thumbnail for the video when we put it up on YouTube. And then you guys can cash in 500 Twitch channel points, aka Alphabets points, there at the bottom of the chat panel, that little button next to the Alphabet cereal icon. You can use the keyboard to enter the route. That's cheating. I mean, I don't know, I may do that, but that is cheating. But no, I did not know that. But anyway, back to what I was just saying. Our slant artwork adventure. So we start with a one-sentence description that I feed into ChatGPT to have it make an image for us that's representative somehow of what we are doing that day. Oh, we got some rain coming in. Yeah, we knew the weather was dicey here. It's a good thing these guys are staying in the hotel the first night before they actually go camp, huh? So we start that one-sentence description, we feed that into ChatGPT, and then every time you guys cash in 500 points, you have the opportunity to describe for me how you would like to add to that image or modify that image. We started with myself and my middle furry co-pilot, Mozzie, out on the Augusta National Golf Course. And since we did pick up our group from Augusta, we dropped them off here at Eufaula. So we depicted us doing a round of 18 at Augusta. We then added the goofy golf hats. We added a diamondback terrapin turtle. We added a dude in a fishing boat, little fishing boat right there in the middle of the water hazard. We added a Lear 35 climbing out. It's not really a Lear 35, but a business jet climbing out over top of the fairway. And so there's our image as it stands, and anything you would like to add to or modify within that image, you can let me know by cashing in 500 Twitch channel points. And when I call your name, you can let me know what we're doing to modify that image. Alright, so back to it. We've set our passenger and cargo load. Let's get an updated METAR here. Well, that's weird. Where's the rest of our history? I know we did. I know we did METAR checks at Eufaula. So that seems odd. But anyway, 180 at 4, 10 statute miles. We got scattered. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I looked at it on Skyvector. That's probably what I did. 10 statute miles, light rain, scattered clouds at 2600, broken at 43, overcast at 80. And 3013 is the altimeter. So we'll be using 1.8 again. Temp 21. 285 is the origin elevation. We'll put in the weight. We'll get our V1. 3013 is the altimeter. Okay, well, let's get that set 3 times here. And Atlanta Center 132, whoops, 132.97. Transponder, well, we'll get that from Atlanta Center here. Departure runway is 18. So we need a squawk code, and we need an initial altitude. So 3297, but then we'll be coming back to 22.8 for our movement about the airport. So 3297. And we can take off monitoring guards since we know we're talking to air traffic control now. Okay. Atlanta Center Learjet 514 Delta Victor's on the ground at Eufaula, Alabama, IFR to Chattanooga. We got the weather.
I'm sorry, who was calling? You're coming in a little staticky there. Who was it? Call sign on?
Learjet 514 Delta Victor.
November 514 Delta Victor. Just confirm it's 514 Delta Victor.
A-firm 514 Delta Victor. We're a Learjet. We're at Eufaula, Alabama.
November 4 Delta Victor, you're cleared to the Chattanooga Airport via as filed. Maintain 4,000, expect 17,000. 10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency is with me, squawk 5373.
Cleared to Chattanooga as filed. Maintain 4,000, expect 17,010. Departure with you, 5373, 514 Delta Victor.
November 514 Delta Victor, your readback is correct and advise ready for departure. And actually, are you at a, I'm assuming that's an Echo that you're at, correct?
A-firm.
Okay, hold for release and advise ready for departure.
All right, we'll hold for release. We'll call you for departure, 514 Delta Victor.
Thanks.
All right, so, yeah, he had to confirm for himself that Eufaula is a non-towered field. That's what he meant by is it an echo. He's basically saying is that's a non-towered field down there? Yeah, indeed it is. So then when he says hold for release, that means that's your clearance, but you're not really allowed to fly it just yet. You got to let me know first, and then I'll let you know when you're released. Okay. So back to the setup here. So we've got our
Jackson 135.902.
got our clearance. Comm radios are set. Altimeters are set. 285 is field elevation, and that's pretty close to what's showing. Let's go ahead and get the entry done. So we'll go flight plan. We'll go menu. Delete the flight plan. Enter and yes. And we're going to start. I'm going to try it. K. Nope.
Atlanta Center, good evening, Southwest
Nope,
1495,
it's not.
South the airspace 350.
Uh-oh. And now I don't know how to get back to where I was. Oh, am I in?
Copy, roger.
Okay, I put myself in slew mode. Okay, yeah, so that was not working unless there's some other way I need to do it. Anyway, we'll go back to I'll turn the small knob one click, and then it takes it. Okay. E, nope, it's not doing it. It's possible that I have modified key bindings in such a way that it won't work. Oh, then I'll see a keyboard. Oh, okay. There we go. Enter, okay.
Yeah, this is file and I'll give you a missing.
Gotcha, okay, so then turn the knob. Dang it.
Medic 731 Atlanta Center, contact Indy now 128.22. Bye-bye.
Alright, so then after Chet. Yeah, it's still pretty. It still is pretty clunky, indeed. All right, so let's go to the low airways here. After Chut, it is NFTRY. So we'll turn the knob. Click. Okay, so I need to see that. Yeah, I'm just gonna go back to turning the knob. It's you're right. It's really just not any better. But I appreciate that. That's definitely a TIL. After NIF3, yeah, we don't need Zintu. There's no turn there. We don't need Shack. We'll just come up to this one here. Artillery, RTLRY.
Ring 208, let us in our welcome. Have it easy here for you in 4 minutes.
R.
Douglas 1495, descend
T.
via 3 arrival. The Atlanta altimeter 301.
L.
Alright, 316, and we'll descend via the SIF-3 South.
RY, okay, enter.
Thank you. And who is ready for taxi?
After artillery, it's this one, Honor, HONRR.
Runway 18, center.
Honor, I hardly even know her. H.
And W125, can we get a step away for about 5 to 7 minutes?
JetBlue 125, that's approved. I'm going to
N.
There, Roger.
R. R.
Yeah, that should work. I've had
Enter.
people do that before, and I don't know. I don't know what it is. I've never had that front personally, but if I knew, I would tell you what to do. But yeah,
Pole
3011 should work.
DAISI is the next one.
Yeah, like I said, I wish I could figure it out myself when it happened to me, so I can tell pilots how to fix it, because I've had multiple people report that same issue. So.
Wish I knew what issue they were talking about. DAISI. Enter. After that, it's Nello. Nello.
Okay, out of 2464, cross Aussie at Anime Team 14000, then altimeter 3016.
3016, cross Aussie to maintain 14,000, Delta 24.
Nello. Enter. And then after Nello, we're on Victor 311. We can pass Metal, and then it's Dubs, DUBBS.
Data 3011, Atlanta Center, let's see here. Now I have no flight plans for you. Just try to make sure you're filing the Data 3011 call sign in here. Actually, you're thing you're filing in, because I don't see anything for you now.
Dubs, enter, and then K.
Okay.
We're going to see H A Chattanooga level. Yep, enter. And do we want to just put in our best guess as far as the approach that we're going to fly? Wind is calm there, but it looks like the ILS-20 is their main one because they've got a Cat 2 for that one. So that probably means that's their preferred arrival runway 20. And hey, look, it has its point right off of Dubs. And yeah, right, it brings you right on this point, Daisy. We already have a Daisy in there, but it's Daisy. This is Daisy. Daisy. We have a Daisy, and now we have a Daisy. All right. Anyway, but it is the ILS or Loc runway 20 that we'll put in. So we'll go under procedure, select approach, ILS 20, enter from Dubs, enter, and we'll load. And yes, so that warning just tells you, hey, silly, you can't actually just fly it with the GPS. You are still going to have to tune it and fly it with the analog instruments.
Bearing 208, descend via desist 3 arrival to the altimeter 3016.
Okay, so that all has that all in there correctly now. And we said 10 after, and we're pretty close to that. Flight plan is off. As filed means we can turn directly to CHUT after we take off. Unless he gives us some sort of an instruction, enter controlled airspace on heading such and such or whatever. But I'm going to assume we're going to make a left turn. Desired track is 018, so we're going to basically do a left downwind departure and fly up toward CHUT. So we'll just do that left downwind, and then we'll just get ourselves pointed in roughly the right direction, and then we'll direct ourselves to CHUT when we contact.
Sorry, last aircraft calling. You were coming in really quiet. I can hear you. Say again.
So nav equipment, autopilot set up. Yeah, we are in GPS mode. Initial altitude, he said, was 4,000. I had dialed in 5. Let's change it to 4. Let's go ahead and get that armed. Let's just put it in heading mode for now. Just a runway heading. And then we'll see where we go from there. Alright, so those are set in transponder mode and code. We said was 5 what? 5 something. 5373.
2464 Atlanta Center. I have a quick question for you. Go ahead.
And into altitude.
2464. How's the cloud layer looking up there? Are you above everything there?
Alright.
Looking over cost level 360.
We are going to...
Okay, are you in IMC now, or...
Cabin door closed.
What does it look like?
It looks like it's on level...
Total weight's 14,170.
Okay, thank you.
We're pretty close to sea level. We're pretty close to 14,000 pounds. Temperature's 21. So we're going to be there in that column there. So the V1's going to be 109. Alright, AJ, thanks very much, man. We'll hopefully we'll keep our fingers crossed that things go better on this next arrival. So the tip tanks are still not even yet empty, but we do want to move some fuel from the fuselage tanks up when we get rolling, so we plan on doing that. But we are... Yeah, we're good with that. Let's go back to the settings. Let's disconnect GPU, verify that parking brake is engaged, and let's go ahead and pull the wheel chocks, close that up, and get rid of that. So the V1's 109, V2 is, well, VR is 126.
Right now it looks clear, but I can't really see that far.
And then 159 is our flat protraction speed.
Tops are going to be at 250.
Thank you.
Beacon light on. We don't need to push back. We're just going to turn out to the right. So let's fire up the number 2. 13% in. We'll come at a cutoff.
362, you got a contact coming maintain from the 230 direct to count.
Okay, start number 2 is good. Start number 1.
Yes, it is Kilo, India, Lima, November, Sierra.
13%. There we go. Cabin air. Control surface would be checked. Take off flaps, take off trim. And we are ready. Alright, so we're still under hold for release. But we can just kind of get in position here. Did I not get the wheel trocks off? I must not have. I know I set it. But did I not actually, did it not click? No, it did. Okay, so why aren't we going anywhere?
Atlanta departure, Atlanta Center, good evening. This is Delta 14 Heavy with you, flight level 70, climbing to 7,200 for 10,000.
Delta 14, Atlanta Center, right contact, come to maintain, flight level 370.
370 for the Delta 14 Heavy.
How you doing tonight?
Doing good, thanks, Brad. Thanks, Brad.
Very good.
Why aren't we going anywhere? Trocks are off. Parking brakes off.
Block 709 to center maintain, flight level 240. 7240, 709. Delta 125, contact, MSFS 132.55, we'll see it.
Is that 3255?
Affirmative, 3255.
3255.
We'll see it.
Now parking brakes off. I'm not sure what happened there, but okay, we're rolling. Ah, because I threw the wrong switch, that's why. That would be a problem.
Well, there's your problem.
Okay. But let's not get to the point where we're blocking access to the runway until we've got our release from Atlanta. Alright, so we're going to take off 1-8. That means we're going to taxi out to the right, but we're going to hold position right here. Atlanta Center, Learjet 514 Delta Victor at Eufaula is number 1 for departure.
Learjet 514 Delta Victor, you said you're ready for departure.
Affirm.
4 Delta Victor, you're released for departure, clearance void time not up in 5 minutes. Not up in 5 minutes, advise this frequency no later than 10 minutes. Frequency change approved, call me airborne.
Frequency change approved, call you airborne, 514 Delta Victor.
Thanks, Delta 1495, expect the...
Okay. Eufaula traffic, Learjet 514 Delta Victor is going to be back taxiing runway 18 for IFR northbound departure on the left downwind. Eufaula. Okay. So we're taxiing. We'll go ahead and get the recognition lights on, kind of like our taxi light. We are about to enter the runway environment. I didn't hear any traffic in the pattern, but I have been off the frequency, so we better look real carefully. Strobes are on since we are entering the runway. We got a whole bunch of stuff we got to turn on before we depart. Not going to do the landing lights just yet, but we can do the pitot heat, stall warnings, continuous ignition, and reversers. Actually, let's do a spoiler check, reverser check. We got this nice long little loop here. We can get on that. Oh, and what was the takeoff bug? I don't think I set that. 97.4. Okay, there we go. Eufaula traffic, Learjet 514 Delta Victor. Departing runway 8. It's going to be a left downwind IFR northbound. Eufaula. Okay, landing lights. All other warnings extinguished. Readings normal. And takeoff power's coming at you. .4 set. Rotate. Okay, we'll pitch to the flap retraction speed. Gear can come up. Back the engines down. Start the left turn. Eufaula traffic, Lear 514 Delta Victor, clear of runway 18 on the northeastbound turn out IFR, Eufaula. We got to cap it at 4,000. Let's get back over to Atlanta. Atlanta Center, Learjet 514 Delta Victor, airborne off Eufaula 3,000, going 4. Okay. Okay. 020, and since we're leveling at 4, we're going to have to pull the power way back to keep the 250. We can get the yaw damper engaged, reversers disarm, continuous ignition off. And then let's get ourselves direct to that point shut. Direct, enter, enter, nav. Desired track 005, so we'll set it.
Alright, sorry about that, guys. Atlanta Center's back. Walker 709 cross. Chipper at and maintain 13,000 at 2,000 knots. Atlanta altimeter 3016.
Cross Chipper at 13,000 and maintain 250, block 709.
Southwest 1495, speed 2109.
Speed 29, Southwest 1495.
Bearing 208, it's going to be the RLS runway 9 right approach.
Second runway 9 right approach, base between measured rate.
Delta 2464, ILS runway 8 left approach, descend on maintain 2000, direct to rain.
Descend 2000, direct to rain for ILS 8 left, Delta 24.
Center Lear 514 Delta Victor, level 4,000.
Lear 514 Delta Victor, Atlanta Center, you're ready to contact, common maintain 17,000.
The 17,000, 514 Delta Victor.
November 1 Delta, correction Delta 4 Delta Victor, you're ready to contact, common maintain 17,000, clear direct to Chut.
17,000 direct Chut, 514 Delta Victor. We were already direct Chut because you cleared us as filed.
Delta 2184, cross Chipper at and maintain 13,000 at 2,000 knots, feeling altimeter 3016.
Chipper at 13,000 for Delta 2184. Atlanta Center, Speedbird 259 Heavy with you at 33, flight level 330.
Speedbird 259, Atlanta Center, welcome. Southwest 1495, center maintain 7,000.
Southwest 1495.
Speedwing 208, cross prize at 2109.
Cross prize at 2109,
Okay.
Speedwing 208.
Pressurization check. Cabin altitude is going to be sitting still right at about 285, and the differential pressure is well within limits, so we're good there. Coming up on 10,000, we can get the forward-facing lights off.
Atlanta Center, Southwest 1204 with you.
And I'm going to take it out of indicated airspeed hold mode. We're going to just lower the nose a little bit. We're going to keep the engines cranking 800 temp, 800 on the temps.
Speedwing 208, just maintain 12,000,
Just
please.
going to lower the nose until the speed comes up to 270, and then we're going to pick up the speed again.
Thank you.
Atlanta Center, that's Speedwing 208. What are you saying? Maintain 12,000, right?
I'm sorry, who was that?
Speedwing 208. Conform to say maintain 12,000.
No, 12,000. Maintain 12,000.
Royal, maintain 12,000. Speedwing 208.
Yep, it's on the chart. It's on the chart. Southwest 1495, it's going to maintain 3,000.
Southwest 1495.
That was 2464, speed 2109.
The speed back, just bring the engines back just a little bit. Keep the temps at 800. We're 1,000 to go. And as we level it off, I still didn't get the seatbelt signs on. Man, I got to put that somewhere more prominent in my checklist. I miss that a lot. I miss that every time. It's okay, we would do seatbelt lights off now, but they're already off. And we're going to let the speed come up to about 320. And if I bring the engines back down to about 760 or so, that should get us right there where we want to be. Start moving the fuel out of the fuselage tank. Normally you wait till the tips are empty. Oh, the tips are pretty much empty. Good, okay. So wings have about 1,200 in them yet. Tips are basically empty. Fuselage tank has about 500 in it, but we are now going to empty that out. So we will check on that in just a little bit.
Brickyard 8485, recyclable transponder, squawk 5312. Delta 913, could you do me a favor? Delta 913.
Go for Delta 913.
Delta 913, can you do me a favor?
Yep, what was that?
Delta 913, go and connect ND Center on 128.22 and let them know, or just tell them happy birthday for me.
Oh, here we go.
Delta 913.
The pilot knew exactly what was going on there. He says, yeah, sure, I'll go troll Indy Center.
Brickyard 8485, cross Ozzy at 1018, 14,000, and then altimeter 3016.
I will make sure to tell this controller happy birthday.
What's the runway from Decatur 45? Expect Dallas from Ava. They left at 8:45.
I will make sure we tell this guy happy birthday when we get ready to sign off.
Southwest 12, correction, Southwest 1495, we're heading 360. Southwest 1495. Really? 608 to the maintain 7,000.
His trolling must have been successful. He was giggling in the background of that one.
Center maintain 4,000. Center maintain 4,000, 24,600.
Guys, don't forget we've got our slant artwork adventure underway. Slant artwork adventure. Channel activity that we do with our Twitch channel points, aka our alphabets points. We start with a description that we feed into ChatGPT to create an image for us representative of what we're doing that day. And of course we picked up our fake charter group at Augusta, Georgia, so we decided that my furry co-pilot Mozzie and I would be out for a golfing outing at Augusta. And then what happens is you guys can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabets points there at the bottom of the chat panel. And when you do that, that puts you in the queue to let me know what you would like to do to modify or add to this image. So we first added some goofy, dorky golf hats and a diamondback terrapin turtle. It was supposed to be in the water. You got added up there on the green. On the fairway, rather. No, I guess he's on the green. We then added a fisherman in the water hazard doing a little fishing. And then we added a Lear climbing out over top of the fairway there. So there we are. If you want to add to that, you can cash in 500 of those channel points and let me know what you'd like to do.
Block 709, heavy,
Meantime, we're going to start getting ahead of this approach. It's a pretty short flights on this. What we do is we call it a day in the life of a corporate charter pilot. So we start at a base of our choosing where our fictional charter company is based. It's Chattanooga today. And so we run from our base to a pickup point, which was Augusta. Then we dropped the group down off at Eufaula, Alabama for a little hiking and camping trip. Ooh, we got some ice forming on the windshield here. And then we're headed back to Chattanooga to end the night. So we dropped them off, and now we're empty, and now we're heading back to our base to take the plane back home, shut it down, and end our day. So 202 is the final approach course. I'm just going to go ahead and get the course knob rotated there now. Took the long way around, as I often tend to do. If we go missed, it's this this point Daisy. I don't know if I've got an ADF. Do it through the GPS, I guess. I don't know if I've got an ADF radio on here.
Block 709, heading 180. 180, comes on. Set of 2184, 5 present heading. Present heading, but that's 2184. Throwing 208, turn heading 360. And serving 208.
This approach altitude 3,700, so it'll be a left turn.
Just increase your rate at descent.
Straight to 13 and then left to 37.
Thanks. Although it's 2795, it's over the Orlando Airport via asphalt, maintain 4,000. Expect multiple 350, 17 accepted departure. Departures with me, squawk 7160, reback squawk only.
Southwest 2795, squawk 7161.
That's 2795, reback straight, call me ready for taxi.
Roger, we'll fly you to taxi.
Delta 2464, turn left heading 180.
Left 180, Delta 24.
Block 709, turn,
Yeah, so it looks like basically
right.
for the feeder here,
That is 2184 to center
we want to be at 3,000 there.
Down 6,000 to 2184.
And we got almost 21 miles, so that we can be, man, we can be
That is 2184. Go ahead and reduce speed to 210 for me.
6,000 above that.
210. Brewing 208.
So we can be at 9,000 at Dubs, and we're happy in terms of descent.
And go ahead and start the turn now. You may need a turn heading 120 to join.
Just in case we get a pilot's discretion descent. We're at 17. We want to be at 9 at Dubs. So that's 8 to lose. And we want 3.5 miles per 1,000, so that means 28 miles prior to Dubs is when we would need to start.
Please, immediately.
Left 120.
Block 709, speed 180. 180, walk 709. And Walker 709, reaching 180
So, yeah.
to 718, 4,000.
Plenty of time at Dubs.
Once I hit 180, down to 4, walk 709. That is 2184, fly heading 180. 180 for this, 184. That is 2464, speed 180 or greater.
180 greater, 2464.
Sipsider wants to modify our slant artwork adventure. Wants to add a gopher running away with the golf ball and the dog chasing. Oh, that'd be fun.
That is 2464. Just to maintain 3,000, and you're 7 miles from Shell, so that was 28 left approach.
And maintain 3,000 feet left approach, 8 left over 2464.
That is 2184. Set of main correction speed 180 knots, then to set of 18 4,000. 4,000 and 180 knots to go, that's 2184. That is 2464. Maintain 180 knots or greater until Shell. At Shell, the tower is 119.1.
180 greater till Shell tower 118.
Good, Sipsider, we're chewing on that one.
Double 1204, radar contact lost. Walk 709, speed, correction. Your
never did send the weather radar on. We could probably use that.
Maintain spot, correction 4,000 till 7, low cost clear out.
Radio altimeter and weather.
7 on the local laser cleared ILS, 8 left approach, Fox 709. Clearing 208 at Bernie, the tower is 119.1.
At Bernie, 119.1. Have a good night, sir.
That is 2184, heading 190. 190 for those 2184. Walk 709, speed 180 until Shell. At Shell, the tower.
If he wasn't so busy, I would ask him for a deviation left. You know, 20 degrees left, of course, for weather. Center Lear 514 Delta Victor. Can we deviate 20 left for weather?
Delta, correction, November 514 Delta Victor. Deviations left this course approved when able direct to Chattanooga Airport.
All right, 20 left and then direct to the airport when able. 514 Delta Victor. Thanks.
Atlanta Center, Phoenix 105.340.
FedEx 105, Atlanta Center, welcome.
A nice big blob up there. We kind of want to miss the,
Delta 2184,
you know, the light,
heading
the
120 to localizer.
faint green. I'm not as concerned about, but the intense green, the bright green, you kind of want to miss those. All right, so what's direct to the airport going to look like for us here?
That is 2184, you're 7 miles from Shell, maintain 4,000 until established on the localizer, cleared ILS from runway 8 left approach. Maintain 4,000 to establish on the localizer, clear to the approach where 8 left is after 2184. That is 2184, thanks. Speed 180 or less until Shell. At Shell, the tower is 119.1. At Shell, contact tower 119.1.
Okay, so it's desired track is a 006.
Direct to Chattanooga Airport.
We'll do. Sipsider, this is great. This is absolutely great. That's a fun one. Alright, so it looks like, let's up this one more time here. Yeah, it looks like we do kind of want to make a right turn now. Let's go ahead and get ourselves direct to the airport. Center 514 Delta Victor is direct Chattanooga.
514 Delta Victor, thanks.
Southwest 2795, what runway should we expect? You don't see native though.
Sorry, who was that?
Southwest 2795, Birmingham.
You can take whatever you want. The winds at Birmingham are variable at 5.
Hi, roger that. We'll plan 24, Southwest 2795.
Roger.
Alright, windshield heat on. Field elevation 683, so we'll get the cabin pressure pre-set to that. How is our fuselage tank looking?
Speedbird 259 cross Dutchy at and maintain flight level 240.
Cross Dutchy at and maintain 240-259 heavy.
So we got another 200 pounds in the fuselage tank, so we'll keep moving it.
November 4 Delta Victor, descend at positive discretion, maintain 1000. The Chattanooga altimeter is 3013.
Alright, down to 1000 pilots discretion at 3013, 514 Delta Victor. Alright, so windshield heat.
November 4 Delta Victor, what runway would you like, or friction, what approach would you like it to Chattanooga today?
Vectors for the ILS 20, if you wouldn't mind.
You can expect that.
Okay, got the throttles backed off. We're down to 11,000. .280 knots. Arm and speed. Okay, so we're on our way down to 11. Added a little bit of power back in to Make sure that we're not descending at too crazy a rate. Bouncing around the X-turn a little bit. Yeah, do that. Not a lot to see terrain-wise. A lot of clouds.
The building southwest 1069.
Alright, and then what's our... Yeah, our VRF is 117, but this thing, it gets so bricky at low speeds. I'm going to set the V...
Southwest 1069 Atlanta Center, welcome.
VRF at 117. I'm going to add 15 to that. 127, 28, 30, 31, 32. Let's actually do a 132. And then we'll set this to 150 as our reminder about our final flap speed.
Atlanta Center, FedEx 1492 Heavy 350.
FedEx 1492 Atlanta Center, welcome.
Alright, how's fuel? Still got about 100 pounds in that fuselage tank, so we'll let that go just another couple minutes.
Delta 14, Washington is offline. Frequency change approved. Bye-bye.
Frequency change approved. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
You too.
Hello, Delta 1239, Hunter Flight 03, Boston Road.
Delta 1229 Atlanta Center, order contact
wow.
number 19, possible C40.
There's not really a gopher here, buddy. Alright, coming up on 1,000 to go. When we hit 11, I'm probably going to just leave the power where it is for now. Let the speed bleed down to 250 before we make any adjustments. So ordinarily when you level off in a plane that doesn't have an auto throttle, you level off, you want to add some power back in.
November 750 X-ray Lima, Atlanta Center, clear to the Fulton County Airport via asphalt, maintain 4,000.
We are going to not do that intentionally.
Departures with me, block 5265, hold for release.
Because I do want to let the let the speed bleed off just a little bit.
Number 259, contact Jacksonville 127.87.
Jacksonville 2787, Speedbird 259 Heavy. Thanks for the ATC. Good night.
Bye-bye, we'll see ya. November 4 Alpha Vector flighting 020 to center maintain 4,000.
020 down to 4,000, 514 Delta Victor. Okay. 4,000, we're already basically at 250. Let's speed off just a little bit. Altitude select and speed hold. And we're just about to come down through 10, so we'll get forward facing lights on.
Atlanta Delta 730, 3000.
Delta 730, Atlanta Thunder, to contact on the maintain, possible 350.
350, Delta 730.
Southwest 109, we used to change frequency.
I'm sorry, who was calling at Lemon Center?
Since we're getting vectors at this point, I'm going to go ahead and flip the
we used to change our frequency.
flip the gauge to
Okay, I'm not sure where you're at. Where are you?
just the wrong radio signal. Do I have
Is it
that set
Southwest
properly?
1069 calling me?
109.5. It should have tuned it for me. Yeah, it did.
I
109.5. So we're just not receiving it yet.
My bad.
I can't understand what you're asking. Say again?
Yeah, I don't need anything help. Sorry.
I don't understand what he's
I don't
asking
know what
either.
you're saying. Speak up. Get your mic close to your mouth. I can't hear you.
I don't need your help right now. Sorry, I missed call you. Southwest on this.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. And since we're now headed in a direction away from the airport, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take it out of speed hold mode, and we're going to just pull the throttles all the way back and get some additional speed off. Just edge the pitch up ever so slightly here. Going to shoot for about 210 knots until he gives us something different.
Southwest 2795, LMS Center on a T4 taxi via Alpha Cross runway 36, about ready for departure.
Runway 24, Alpha Cross 26, go by Southwest 29.
Winds calm, 7 statute miles, light rain. Scattered base at 2,600, 3013. Minimum's 873. We'll basically say 900 is for the minimums. Alright, we're going to see if we can do a little bit better with the touchdown, but we're going to keep 15 extra knots over top of the VREF. And especially because we're very, very light and it's a very, very low VREF, I think that would be even bigger a problem in terms of getting the speed down that low. And the noses, once you come up so high, you can't see the runway. And then on top of that, it just sinks like nobody's business.
November 4 Delta Victor, turn left heading 290.
Left to 290, 514 Delta Victor. Okay, we're getting the intercept now. So I think at this point it's safe to So you have to get that first notch of flaps in and get down below 200 knots. Oh, SIP side, yeah, the last one was like 340, something like that. We've been kind of plunking them in. We're going to try and do better this time. Well, we got 290, but we didn't get an intercept. Did we lose?
November 4 Delta Victor, start for the light turn, heading 170 down to join the localizer.
I left to 170, join the localizer, 5 and 4 Delta Victor.
Delta is 2795, Florida, heading 124, quick takeoff.
Alright guys, start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate as the wheels touch runway surface. No bot command necessary, just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know the immediate descent rate whether you put the minus sign or not. And the closest predictor gets an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle. Next one will be pulled on January the 30th.
FedEx 1402 to send via the flips for arrival, Charlotte Lennox South, the shot altimeter 3019er.
3019er, send via the flips for Lennox South. FedEx 492.
Okay, we're leveling off. We're going to add some power to keep about 180 in. 170, 180, something like that. Okay, glide slopes there. Missed approach altitude, what do we say it was? 26? 37.
54, Atlanta Center, come and maintain flight level 310, you're ready to contact.
Alpha 310 for Delta 5.
November 750 X-ray Lima, you called, you ready for departure? November 0 X-ray Lima, you're released for departure, clearance for port 7 off in 5 minutes, start off in 5 minutes, advise this frequency.
And right hand turn off if we make it down, if we can. If we roll it past Foxtrot, we're going to have to turn left. Okay, we're joining on the lope now. Might have the runway in sight there.
That's the 2795, runway heading 34,000.
So 2795.
Through the glide now. Hopefully we can get an approach clearance here soon so we can catch up.
350, clear direct down on the southwest, 2795.
Center 4 Delta Victor, we clear for the approach?
Delta 4, correction, number 4 Delta Victor, clear Dallas, runway 20 approach, runway 20 clear to land.
Alright, clear for the approach and to land, runway 20, 5 and 4 Delta Victor. Alright, so.
Good evening, Atlanta Center, Southwest 2115, flight level 390.
Southwest 2115, Atlanta Center.
Alright, gear coming out. Flaps 2, let's get slowed down.
I'm sorry, who was calling center?
Continuous ignition and reversers armed. Alright, let's see if we can catch up with that glide slope. And then we'll start bringing the speed down.
Okay, was it done at 210?
Yeah, it's up to 210.
Delta 210 Atlanta Center, you're to contact, common maintain, flight level 370.
Up to 370 for level 210.
November 0 X-ray Lima, common maintain 10,000, ident.
Alright, left if we go missed. Right if we make it down. 3,700. Alright, we're below the glide slope now. Get the final notch of flaps in. Okay, speed down.
November 750 X-ray Lima, you're ready to contact to about 40 miles north of the Charlotte Airport. Common maintain flight level 380 and correct to views.
Alright, 132 is our target speed here. We're not trying to go all the way down to our VREF. We're going to do VREF plus 15 here.
FedEx 105, contact Memphis 132.55.
Over to 3255, FedEx 105, good job, Fabian.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
There's up to 210. We're just going to be out of the cockpit for e-truck running.
I'm sorry, who was the call sign?
The 210 item.
That's approved, let me know when you're back.
Thanks.
November 750 X-ray Lima, monitor extreme precipitation at your 11, correction, it's been from your 9 o'clock all the way to your 1 o'clock.
Last call for the
0
predictions,
miles.
guys.
It's going to be along your route of flight for the rest of the way into Atlanta. So there's not really any dodging it unless you want to climb above it. The last tops reported at 360. Thanks. And just let me know if you needed anything. I can give you deviations to climb up, but just let me know what you need.
Glide slope's really wonky. Look, we look perfect coming in, but the glide slope, glide slope's been reporting weird all the way down. Still felt like a hard hit, didn't it? That was much better than the first two, though. Much better than the first two.
Double 1069.
So I think we're going to have to go left because we passed the last
1069.
opportunity to turn right.
Double 1069, cross Dutchy at and maintain
But we'll take it. So in that instance, not only did I feel like the higher speed, the VREF plus 15 worked out better, but that glide slope was kind of all over the place. Following it would have been a disaster.
Flight level 240.
Flight level 240, proceeding Dutch southwest.
Okay, so let's get strobes off.
Yep, just cross it at that
landing lights off.
November 4 Delta Victor, you can taxi to the parking at your discretion.
We're going to west. Can we cross at Foxtrot?
Yeah, November 4 Delta Victor, you can cross that Foxtrot parking at your discretion.
Thanks, 5 Port Delta Victor. We'll see you. Happy birthday.
Thanks. November 515 Hotel Juliet, Atlanta.
We got strobes, landing lights, windscreen, pitot, stall warnings. Recognitions we'll leave on. That's going to be our taxi light, basically. Reversers we can disarm. And continuous ignition can come off. Radio altimeter can come off, and weather radar can come off also. Alright. Still felt like a hard hit, but at the higher VREF speed, the VREF plus 15, and ignoring that crazy glide slope. Like, visually, I felt like we looked good coming in, but the glide slope kept saying we were low. So it wanted us to come in steeper. Is that like a non-standard glide slope there?
Southwest of 600, can you confirm please? We need to change we need to descend flight level 240 right now, or no?
Glide slope 3 degrees, so.
November 00 Bravo.
Yeah, it didn't feel right.
To, Memphis.
It didn't feel right, so we
Yeah, we are.
decided to shut it all off and pilot the plane. And that worked out okay.
November 312 Charlie Lima, Atlanta Center, welcome.
Alright, we'll make the left at the next ramp entrance and kind of put it back right where we started.
FedEx 511
FedEx 511, Atlanta Center, welcome.
And November 515 Hotel Juliet, back with you on frequency.
November 515 Hotel Juliet, Atlanta Center, Roger, cross Glavin at and maintain 12000 at 250 knots, the Atlanta altimeter 3015.
Cross Glavin at maintain 12000, 250 knots, 3015, 515 Hotel Juliet.
Center Delta 730, just make sure we're okay to step out as a cockpit for like 5 minutes.
Who was it?
Delta 730.
Delta 730, I'll go ahead and terminate here. Delta 730, Indy's offline, frequency change approved.
Over to Unicom, Delta 730, thank you, KTC.
We'll see it.
Alright, there we go. We are down. We are done. Alright, let's look at my predictions and then let's look at your predictions.
I'm sorry, who was that?
Cabin air, engine gens, cutoffs, seatbelt signs,
where are you at?
transponder mode and code.
Yeah, you can proceed on to CTAF. I'm closing up here shortly.
Okay, beacon.
Yeah, that's fine. You can proceed on CTAF.
We can
and I'll see you around.
get some. So we got some wheel chocks.
Southwest 2150.
Ground power. We got the door opened.
Terminate frequency change up for you.
Unicom, happy birthday, good night.
Yep, got the door open. Okay, very good.
Did Indy tell you to say that?
No.
Oh, okay. He always likes to play tricks on me.
No, we figured out you're the troll.
1069 is Dutchy at and maintain.
So 11:13. So with the modified time, we did get off pretty close to 10 after. So with the modified time, 11:13 was our predicted end time, and we got in 7 minutes early. So that's good. And then what's the remaining fuel? It was supposed to be. Oh, I never did shut off the.
Southwest 1069.
Never did shut off the transfer from the fuselage tank, but it did empty itself.
1069. It's Dutchy at and maintain flight level 240. So that means cross the waypoint Dutchy at
And the wing tanks just started to empty. 2397 was what was left. And it was supposed to be 2080. So 317 extra pounds, but that's not bad. Show you how that panned out.
Thank you. November 0, Sierra Bravo, I'm closing up here.
So at the end of leg 1, we had 98 extra pounds. At the end of leg 2, we had 119 extra pounds. At the end of leg 3, we had 317 extra pounds. We got a pretty direct route. We saved a lot of mileage coming in to Chattanooga, so that accounted for some of that extra there. But that's still pretty good in terms of timing and fuel. All right, let's look at your predictions. Is Iowa Scotsman here?
Bye-bye, FedEx 511.
If Iowa Scotsman here, he just won it. It's his favorite number, 143, which is what came in. Yeah, far cry better than our first couple of landings.
Jacksonville 127.87.
127.87.
Bye-bye. November 750 X-ray.
Numbers that came in were 155, 199, and 100, so Bed Dave's going to pick that one up.
We'll see you later. Bye-bye, out of 54, I'm closing up here. Red Eye service is terminated. Frequency change advisory approved. We'll see you later.
Alright, so
Over to you, look out for that, the 5-4 heavy seal.
Bed Dave at KCHA on 19er.
Southwest 1069.
I feel like I should give Iowa Scotsman an honorary one, but hey, you gotta be here to answer. That's the whole point.
Southwest 1069, connect Jacksonville Center on 127.87.
Okay, well, let's go back to the flow list and let's get the plane shut down, tied up, and buttoned up, and head on home, guys. The yaw damper power can come off down here at the bottom. Emergency battery can come off. Again, I know there's something about the emergency battery that I'm doing out of sequence. I'll have to research that. We'll just go ahead and shut it off for now. Autopilot master can come off. The radio altimeter we already shut off, and avionics master we can go ahead and shut off. Inverters.
1229, connect Memphis 132.55.
And then the batteries. Nav lights can come off as well. And then the battery, and then I think that closes up the door automatically. Yeah, it closes up the cabin door, and we can disconnect the ground power, and we'll leave the wheel chocks right where they are, of course. All right, well, I think that does it then, friends. So thank you for riding along on a day in the life of a corporate charter pilot. We truly appreciate you guys joining us for today. And oh, didn't get the flaps stowed. I hate it when I do that. Let's get the batteries on. Hydraulic pump on. There we go. Okay. Bad pilot, bad pilot. Alright, so back where we started. And there we are. So, yeah, thanks for riding along with us. And we do have this plane for Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. And I do have the 2024 version, the updated, the native 2024 version for Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. So we do have that, and I have been messing around with that. I just don't have all of the controls installed. You know, all that stuff that you have to do on short final, the reversers, the continuous ignition, you know, the what's the other stuff? Yeah, all the all the control bindings. I haven't worked out all those little switches, the lighting, all the lighting changes. The lighting changes are not working with the default bindings in Flight Sim 2024. So there's a whole bunch of stuff that I would have to do by the mouse in order to fly this in Flight Sim 2024, and I'm not going to do that. So I'm going to need to take some more time to get all the controls sorted out. I'm hoping to do it natively through the simulator options, but there seems like there's a lot of stuff in this plane that just needs kind of like custom LVARs attached to the switches and buttons. And if that's the case, it's going to require a third-party control mapping software like a SPAD.next or something like that. So that may be what I have to invest some time this weekend doing. So that'll be maybe the plan, or maybe we'll find some other solutions. Melvin Leroy has been in touch with me. He said he thought he had some ideas that I could use. So anyway, we'll work on it. So hopefully the next time we fly this plane for you, we'll be in the new sim. But tonight, thank you for riding along with me in FlightSim 2020 one more time. And for Monday's stream, we will definitely be back into FlightSim 2024. We will definitely be back in the A2A Simulations Piper Comanche. We will hopefully be resuming the Boston Virtual Air TCC Wings Over New England flights. The VFR training flights number 4 and 5 are the next ones in our sequence. And the tricky thing about that is the weather has to be cooperative. Now on VATSIM, you can manipulate the cloud layer, you can manipulate the visibility, so technically I could do it. I just don't like doing that when, you have pilots that are approaching into Boston and they're, breaking out of the clouds at, 500 above minimums, and then, oh, by the way, there's a guy in the VFR pattern here as well. It's kind of dumb. So I try to avoid manipulating weather. I manipulate daytime all the time. I don't like flying at night. So I'll manipulate daytime all the time, but I do try to fly with real weather whenever I can, unless there's something really, really specific that we're trying to do in the sim that we don't want to change up the plan for. But anyway, so that'll be Monday's stream. Wednesday, we are on the scopes. Friday, we're on the scopes. Wednesday, the Washington Air TCC is hosting a crossfire between Washington National Airport and Raleigh-Durham International Airport, the nation's capital and the North Carolina capital. And I will be on the scopes at some position for that. Don't know where exactly. So we'll see. And then Friday, a week from tonight, we'll be back on the scopes again. This very facility here, Atlanta Air TCC, is hosting their signature winter event called Honoring the Dream, featuring Atlanta Hartsfield, and so we'll be on the scopes for that. So one in the A2A Comanche, 2 on the scopes next week. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday is our normal show schedule. 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time is our typical start time, and that is indeed the schedule next week. If you want to check the full show schedule underneath the About tab, we do occasionally have to change up the days because of personal or work obligations or whatever else might come up. And you can also kind of see what we're going to be up to. We do a lot of business jet flying, but we do general aviation flying. We do some airliner flying. We do some vintage airliner flying as well. So you want to see what we're going to be doing on any given night, you can check that show schedule out underneath the About tab or over on our Discord server. Discord links on the lower right-hand side of your screen. YouTube links on the lower left-hand side of your screen. That's where we archive a lot of our flight broadcasts, but we've also got a series of tutorials over there called VATSIM Tutorials. So if you're trying to get on the VATSIM network with us, but you need some guidance on what to say to controllers or how to put a route together, how to read sectionals, how to file your flight plan with all the equipment codes and such, you can check that playlist out and look at some of the resources we've got posted there. So, all right. I guess last but not least, who are we going to send the raid over to? Let me take a peek. Who is still up? Who is still flying? Well, that one says he's still on, but I only see a dark screen. Okay, yeah, he's on the ground. Looks like he's about to sign off. Let's see, who else we got? Looks like Jeffrey B is up. Jeffrey B he's been up for 4 hours, but he looks like he's still up and running. Doing some VATSIM air traffic control at LaGuardia. Very cool. Okay, well, we'll shoot you over to Jeffrey B, and we'll let him take you through what the scopes look like. We'll kind of get an advance preview of what our next Wednesday and Friday stream might look like. We'll let him show you some VATSIM air traffic control from the controller standpoint. So we'll shoot you over to him and make sure you say hello. Make sure you poke him. He looks like he's kind of dozing off there. 4 hours into a stream, I'm sure he's probably had a few sips of whiskey. So we'll get that raid started. There we go. Alright, so we get that up and running, and then we will go ahead and sign off, friends. Well, thanks again. Appreciate all the time. Appreciate all of the slant artwork adventure requests. This is our final image tonight. This is myself and my furry co-pilot Mozzie. We picked up a charter group at Augusta. So we figured we'll Mozzie and I will get in a round of golf at Augusta National. We got some dorky golf hats. We got a little fisherman out in the middle of the water hazard. We got a Learjet flying over the fairway, and then we got a gopher that grabbed our ball and started running off with it. So Mozzie's taking off to chase him. So thank you guys for participating in that. That was a fun one. And yeah, so we'll see you on Monday's stream from the Boston Virtual Air TCC's airspace in the A2A command sheet. Between now and then, have a great weekend. Be happy, healthy, and safe in all of your adventures. In the meantime, good night.